The first thing we're going to do now is take a look at the polling. So Jen, if you could go ahead and pull up the Mentimeter polls. You can get access to Mentimeter by going to menti.com and entering in the polling code. At the top there, the polling code is 5015820. We can also put a link in the chat for anybody to click on, as well as you can use the QR code or the link that's on afnwater.ca. And so the first question here, do you identify as First Nations? 56% of people said yes, 44% of people said no. Jen, if you want to advance to the next one. And then, do you identify as First Nations leadership, chief, council, or hereditary chief? 5 people said yes, and 13 people said no. So far, 18 people have responded. I think we have almost 50 people in this room, so there might be a few more responses. We can maybe take a look at these slides later on today. But at any time, you can go on to menti.com and answer these polling questions. And that's everything. I'll pass it over to you, Luke.
Thanks a lot, Evan. Good morning, everybody. My name is Luke Lenny. I'm from Wendake First Nations, and I'll be the main facilitator for the day. To start on the right foot and in accordance with our First Nations traditions, and also to show respect and to welcome our elders, our knowledge of keeper, I would like to make a tobacco offer on behalf of our group to Elder Ernie Daniels. Thank you. Elder and knowledge keeper, we would like to listen to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Kevin Hart's office called me this morning to be here today with you as the knowledge keeper for AFN Knowledge Keepers Council on the Manitoba Rep. I'm originally from Long Plain First Nation, Treaty 1 territory. So I welcome all of you, our audience, to our ancestral land of Treaty 1 people, Manitoba, which includes Winnipeg. So I thank the offer of tobacco, and I appreciate it, and I'm very honored and privileged to be asked this morning. I didn't expect that to play this role this morning, but here I am. So I have tobacco here. I'm going to raise this tobacco. I understand this is touches on water also, your conference. So I like to say that my own way that water is spiritual, water is sacred, water is vital, water is life. I'd like to acknowledge all the people, water advocates that over the years, some have passed on. Late Josephine Mandamin, the Standing Rock people in down states that fought for water, as well as our current young ambassador. Her name is Autumn Pelche from Manitoulin Island. I'd like to acknowledge her for the work she's doing on water and other related matters, as well as acknowledge our water keepers, our women in Turtle Island. So with that, I'm going to say the opening prayer, which I was asked to do this morning, which I will, but I'll do that in my language. If you don't understand, it's very simple. We're asking our Creator to bless it all, bless our water, bless our people, that we walk the red road ahead of us. So with that, mi wet nikid the Nijan Shnabig, Asama, no one, be meaning Shnabe. No, we don't know. I need to stay with skin because I could do them. I'm not job on it. Oh, but same no one Jan Schnabe. She be only me on getting the kid. Oh, no, we not Sama. Me gonna want to get the vending magazine. Well, when Jimmy, second home, we got the modern one, John Schnabig. We're Madzig. Nibi got the modern home. Hey, it. Chin and dog when he got in Kurdig. Yeah, but saying, Ma, what the very Madzin. As long as it man John Schnabe, Greg Chin must have John Schnabe. Jimmy, I had money John Schnabe when he got in Kurdig. You must out that thing. You go just why you must say ducking on again. You see how many do. But saying again, Ninakuma, Magizum again, me Jordan Nichan Schnabe was the modern home, or knock on the kid or was it the modern Nibi. I threw on again, oh, you mean you go with Jug. Jimmy Jordan Nichan Schnabe. Hey, no, I'm not up now, Sama. But saying Mag, Ninakuma, Magizum again, Jimmy Jordan Schnabe. Greg Chinese said, oh, was it the modern home, Nibi. Chin and Dowd, no one. I mean, question the kid, make it on. Thank you very much. Have a good forum. Thank you.
Miigwech, Elder. So on this note, I would like to invite for the opening remarks the Directors of Water and Infrastructures with the Assembly of First Nations, Mr. Irving LeBlanc. Irving, please.
Merci beaucoup, Luc. Jimmy Gwetch Kanogandana. On pick up a shot, Monday, we've been about the mung be. I should wash a calm the monk. Wash a shop we toning on the be. Me Gwetch the Nama Kenj Gale and get Rendon. Ernie Daniels, Jimmy Gwetch. I'll be kidding. When we the bot the mung on the way and they watching calm the mung man didn't be. Menodish ended mung man didn't be squad causing. Ab de quick calm down again one the shit wrong on the knee. Shouting on the causing. I want to thank Knowledge Keeper Ernie Daniels for the opening prayer and acknowledge with him the importance of what we're talking about today, about water and sanitation. We must talk about the two when we talk about the other one, because what we do, what we take from the land, from the wells, from the ground, from the lakes and rivers, we have to make sure that we cleanse it before we can put it back to where we got it from. So this discussion is about water, wastewater, source water protection, watershed management, the whole thing. And I want to acknowledge that from where you are sitting, the nations today, we're gathered on ancestral lands, the land where which we gather the traditional territory of Anishinaabeg, Cree, Oji-Cree, Assiniboine, Dakota, the Dene people, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. And where I am sitting here in Ottawa, I want to acknowledge that I'm in the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquins and Miigwech Dinak. I say thank you to them. What we are going to be talking about today is, again, about legislation, how we develop together, co-develop legislation that is developed by First Nations for First Nations. I'm sure many of you were at our sessions last in 2019, the summer of 2019, around June, July, and August, where we went around the country and did some engagements on where we are going to go with the repeal and replace of the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act. And I'll get into a little bit more detail on that when we get onto the slide. But I want to just remind you and thank you again for coming and sharing your knowledge, sharing your information. we want to hear from you, and that's why we had some good sessions that time, 2019. And the next one, long-term drinking water strategy, we also went around the country and held engagements on that. Many of you were there. And essentially why we're here today is to review what we heard, and we want to hear what we might have missed, what else needs to be talked about. We know that time has passed since 2019. Time has passed and great events have happened. We are now in the middle of a pandemic, which really restricts us what we're doing and what we're able to do, how we're able to interact, how our practitioners, the operators, have managed to respond to the pandemic and brought up some really shortcomings in what we're provided. We know housing has been a great crisis, and the pandemic has shown how bad of a condition we are in everywhere in terms of housing, overcrowding, and how the virus has moved in the house unimpeded. And certainly we went through the first wave fairly well, but now the second wave and the potential third wave with the variants, we still need to be very vigilant in what we're doing. So with that, Chimigwech, I'll get into the slides for a little bit of update and background. So the first slide, if we can, we'll go through what we went through that summer of 2019. And most recently, with Tosan's work of a pre-engagement session that was held here, it's really preparing to continue this discussion and look forward to where we want to be in 2022 and what we need to do this coming fiscal year, 2021, 2022. The work that needs to be done. Just a little bit of background on the First Nations Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act that was developed by the government. It's in force. It was put into force on November 2013, a full 8 years ago. And regulations have not yet developed. It was brought into force without consultation, despite extensive First Nations resistance and challenges. First Nations were not happy with it. There was no consultation. There was no indication that there would be resources to support it. Engagements for modification of the Safe Drinking Water Act by ISK and INAC began in mid-June 2019 and they continued to proceed until September 2019, despite calls from those engagements to cease by First Nations. Many First Nations and AFN asked them to stop doing it because there was no support for it. The federal government has made clear commitments to ensure First Nations have equity with non-First Nations in terms of water quality standards and equity in water access. That's their comparability measure that they always talk about, but we know, looking at today's situation, we are not comparable to what our municipal neighbors have. In 2017, 2018, they have now acknowledged that a First Nations-led process to deal with the current legislation is needed. So with your support and the support of the leadership across the country, we have been able to bring ISK to the table to start a discussion on essentially what was said the other day, replacement of the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act by legislation that will be First Nations led and developed, something that we want ourselves. Next slide. So as we know, the AFN is directed by resolutions that are passed at the annual general assemblies and at the special chiefs assemblies. Most recently, 2017, 2018, 4 resolutions were passed on safe drinking water, reflecting substantial results of sustained First Nations advocacy, which shifted the approach of the federal government on the safe drinking water First Nations. So they stepped back and agreed to work with us on revising this or repealing it. Resolution 26, 2017, Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act, repeated the call for repeal of the Safe Drinking Water Act and immediate cessation of the federal government's engagement sessions for amendment to the act. So we asked the government to stop just continuing what they're doing without any consideration for proper consultation. Instead, call for the federal government to develop in partnership with First Nations the next step in engaging the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act. Next slide. Following that, there's 2 other resolutions that direct us and provide us with a mandate moving forward. Resolution 88, 2017, First Nations-led engagement process for safe drinking water legislation, directed the AFN to establish a joint working group comprised of First AFN Chiefs Committee on Housing Infrastructure and their regional technicians, federal representatives, legal counsel for AFN, and the federal government and other experts as necessary to co-develop a draft framework for new legislation. So that is the beginning of setting this process up and identifying who should be involved. Federal government has identified who will be involved on their side. Resolution 1, 2018, first resolution for 2018, First Nations-led process to develop new federal safe drinking water legislation took this process even further and mandated the AFN to immediately communicate with the federal government that in keeping with the government's commitments to reconciliation with First Nations, a joint legislative co-development process and mandate will proceed with full partnership with First Nations, including the development of a joint working group on safe drinking water for First Nations. So that resolution strengthened that first resolution 88 and giving us a greater, stronger mandate to move forward with this. Next slide, please. AFN's resolution response to resolution 2018, as you know, all the resolutions that are passed at the Chiefs Assemblies, AGA Special Chiefs Assemblies, the AFN follows up on them and make sure that those resolutions are followed through. So part of that response is to develop a Chiefs Committee for First Nations safe drinking water legislation, drafting of First Nations safe drinking water preliminary concepts, presentation of preliminary concepts to the Chiefs Assembly at the AGA in Vancouver in July 2018. And as of that, Resolution 26, 2018, support for First Nations safe drinking water legislation preliminary concepts, of which the mandates are use the preliminary concepts as a working document to support engagement. And we'll see those as we go on the other slides. Directs the AFN to proceed with national engagement to develop new safe drinking water legislation. And as I mentioned, we were involved in doing that in 2019, early, went around across the country, every region. And then we did the continuing on with the pre-engagements that our regional water coordinators, Tosan, arranged earlier this month, I believe, or even in February, and then directs the AFN to advocate for co-development of this legislation in a manner that affirms and ensures First Nations rights, interests, aspirations, inherent rights and laws, standards, guidelines, and processes are protected. So as we move forward, we now have the mandate to move forward with the co-development of the legislation, at least a framework, and the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act were held in 2019, as I mentioned, to further discuss the elements of the proposed repeal and replace and the topics covered, which we'll see a lot today: rights and responsibilities, water governance, transboundary issues, financing, standards for the provision of water and sanitation. Next slide. So the proposed next steps of 2022, in the short term, joint working group on safe drinking water for First Nations to be finalized. That's in terms of reference. National, regionally led engagement process initiated, which is one of these we're on today. We did also develop some expert videos, which you'll see today. They're quite informative, and we thank for those experts who agreed to be part of that. In the long term, 6 to 24 months, going up to 2022, mid-year 2022, proceeding with co-development of the draft framework, presentation of the draft framework to Chief and Assembly, submission of draft framework to Cabinet via another co-developed MC as a basis for drafting instructions, new legislation passed by the government, and upon ratification, advocacy support for regional regulatory development to implement the legislation. So that's the a layout of what is we plan to do with your support all the way through, and always coming back to the leadership for presenting work that's done so far, and making sure that you're kept up to date. So Jimmy Wedge for that.
Thank you, Irving, for this comprehensive update. I think you really set the table for this very exciting meeting we're going to have today. So the way it will go, as you have seen on your agenda, and by the way, if for those who would like to get a copy of the agenda, please, you can go to afnwater.ca to download it. So we have 5 separate presentations, and again, as you can see, we have a very, very tight schedule, but at the end of the day, we set aside about an hour and a half, about 90 minutes, where we will have a round table. So if sometimes you feel like you didn't have a chance to really express all your ideas, please save them. And at the end of the day, you'll have a chance to share them with us. So on this note, for the first presentation, on the right and responsibilities, I would like to call upon Lorraine Bova.
Okay, first key topic, rights and responsibilities to provide safe drinking water. Can you hear me? Am I muted?
No, we can hear you, Lorraine.
Okay, thank you. The federal government has the responsibility to provide safe drinking water and sanitation for First Nations, and the new First Nations water law must say that clearly. Canada also has a legal obligation to provide safe drinking water and sanitation services in a non-discriminatory manner. First Nations also have rights and title to water, although the precise nature and extent of these rights has not yet been ruled upon extensively by the courts. The Declaration and Rights of Indigenous People and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals represent international articulations of the rights to safe drinking water and sanitation. The key question is how to ensure federal legislation creates mandatory provisions that bind the federal government to ensure the provision of safe drinking water and adequate sanitation to First Nations, but that do not affect the First Nations water rights. In the 2019 engagements, we discussed options involving the rights and responsibilities. One option which was we deemed not viable was do not characterize Aboriginal rights to water in the legislation. The other two were favored by in the discussions that we held. One option being characterize Crown and First Nations water rights directly into the legislation, and the other characterize Crown and First Nations as aspirational form in a preamble with a strong non-derogation and non-abrogation of rights clause in the body of legislation. Next slide, please. So the subject matter experts that we videoed, Danica Littlechild and Amanda Glazing, will show those videos now and have a discussion after.
So again, good morning to everybody. I'm always impressed by this technology, the way it works. And when it works, it's so pleasant. So again, my name is Luke Lenny. I'll be the facilitator for this breakout session on the rights and responsibilities. And I think we have a question or two, that we would like to suggest to entertain our discussions. So, yeah. So may I have somebody who would like to read the, just to start at for discussion, the new legislation should? Do I have a volunteer? Okay, Christian? I think you are muted though. Oh, okay, we'll listen to you. Yeah.
Okay, for the discussion,
Yeah,
the new legislation should characterize First Nation rights in direct or respiration form in preamble with a strong non-discriminatory I can't pronounce the word.
derogation and
derogation,
non-abrogations. Yeah.
abrogations of rights caused in
The new legislation.
zoom
Yeah.
in here.
Mhm.
In the right clause in the body legislation and no mention of Crown rights.
Exactly. Thanks a lot, Christian. So that's what the new legislation should, do. So we have questions, and I think Evan will show it on the screen. Yeah, this is the questions. So I need another volunteer, and to vote, you have to go to menti.com and you enter the code 5015820. So who would like to read the first question?
I'll just go with it, Luke.
Okay, let's go.
Do you agree with that the new legislation should characterize First Nations water rights in direct or aspirational form, bracket open, in a preamble, bracket closed, with a strong non-derogation and non-abrogation of rights clause, body of legislation, and no mention of Crown rights? Yes, no, maybe.
So maybe before you start voting, I would like to have your reactions. Do you have any comments to these questions? Based on what we have heard on those two videos and the presentation from Irving at the beginning. I'm sorry, if you want to talk, just raise the hand and I should be able to see you. No. I don't see anybody who would like to address the floor based on this question. Next time polls are only in main room. This was just discussion in the breakout. Yeah. So any comment about this questions? Irving, I know I don't want to put you on the hot seat. I know you're part of our group. If you want to give maybe more information about the question to help people to really understand the question?
Thank you, Luke. So this question is about where should the statements or not discussion, but where should we put the issue of water rights in the legislation? Should it be in a preamble? And if we recall some of the earlier First Nations Safe Drinking Water Act, there was a preamble in there that wasn't felt because it was written by the government. The preamble was you can do that, but it's going to be at our discretion. So essentially, from what I understand from the rights and legal people, putting something in the preamble is I think it was mentioned in an aspirational request or aspirational term, saying this is what we want this legislation to address, want to be part of it. But it would be followed with as many I think as many laws and acts dealing with First Nations, Indigenous people. There's a non-derogation clause, non-abrogation clause right in the legislation. That's what happened with the previous act. It was not in the body of the legislation. If we have it in the body of the legislation, it has much more strength. It's stronger because it is something that has to be done within the legislation, whereas in the preamble, it's as we say, it's aspirational. So and no mention of crown rights. So kind of putting crown rights out of the body, because that was one of the main big discussions of the existing act, was that in one of the clauses, the feds wanted to download essentially responsibilities and absolve themselves of any responsibilities and accountability. So this is our opportunity to do something stronger this time around. So hope that sort of just clarifies that a bit, Luke.
Yeah, it helps a lot, Irving. Thank you. I would like to remind the participants that for now, we would like to discuss about those two questions. There is also the word bubble and this one. And after, we will go in plenary. And during the plenary, you will have time to vote on those two questions. So for now, we would like to hear your comments or reactions. And again, I think, Irving, you really, really explained it very well. So you, based on your experience and knowledge, what is your position, or what do you think about it?
Are you asking me?
Everybody, the floor is open. So I'd like to hear, of course, I love hearing from you, Irving, but I'd like to hear from also the participants.
Yeah, I apologize for that. We want to hear from the participants and delegates and leadership.
So this is your chance. And I think the two videos were really, really pertinent and helpful. Maybe we can look at the other question on the word bubble. Based on your knowledge and also your experience and vision, what are your biggest concerns regarding the inclusion of water rights in the new legislation? I'm checking to see, and again, if you want to talk, just raise your hand. Well, I think it was very clear, Mr. Irving, your presentation with the videos, because so Irving, I go back to you. Is there something else you would like to add to as a complementary information regarding the rights and responsibilities?
Well, this is one of the major discussions on this new legislation, and that is why we asked Danica Child to do that presentation, to do that video. She's has been advising us on rights, in particular the rights that we've had already, and customary law is her strong point. So bringing in customary law, how that would fit into the legislation. How do we respect water? How have we managed water? How have we looked after water in the past, and how water means to us? The previous legislation was devoid of that, because the feds were very clear that this is not about rights. This is not about your water rights. This is about health and safety. And we always said that's too technical. We view water differently. We view water as a spiritual being. We view water as a being that helps us. So that's really why we bring this question up. How do you see water rights? Not just you know, the what we have some in the prairie regions, the first in time, first in right issues, water rights. Who was here first? It's always a crazy question to me. First in time, first in right. We were here first, and so it's also going to figure a little bit more. Something we're going to talk about later on is the Canada Water Agency. I don't want to throw that in right now, but it's going to talk about development of a Canada Water Agency and how that's going to fit in to what we're doing right now. It kind of bothers us that they would throw these activities, initiatives, they call them. You want to talk about how to protect waters, but not from a jurisdictional point of view. They don't want to bring the provinces into that discussion. So the more we get into this, the more we see where where the feds and the provinces are trying to go with this water. So it would be, just from my view, but it's not, we want to hear from you, but to embed water rights in the legislation itself is something really to consider. How do you feel about that? Miigwech.
Thank you again, Irving. I'd like to know too, sorry.
I have a comment.
When would you please introduce yourself and your community or organizations, please, and your role?
Sure. Wayne Morris Nation, Fox Lake Cree Nation in northern Manitoba.
And your role?
I'm the band's engineer.
Thanks a lot.
Would you be able to bring up that that wording again?
I will ask. Yeah, here we are.
Yeah, it reads characterize First Nations water rights in a direct or aspirational form with strong non-derogation or non-aberration or abrogation. To me, not, you know, should those be in the same sentence together? You know, I don't quite understand. It seems like it's talking about two different things.
Irving, can you help us?
Sure. So I believe what what that means too is you can include some language in the preamble, as most legislation will have a preamble to the legislation, which really explains what the intents, or I hate using it again, aspirations of what the legislation is. So that would include some language on that we want to ensure or have some language that said why water rights are so important for First Nations, and they must be included in the text, in the clause of the legislation itself, and then move forward. And you go into the
What?
clauses itself, which have the strength of the legislation itself.
Thank you. Wayne, do you have any comment?
Yeah, it's just a word on derogation just says, what, to me, it says no right for the First Nation, but I guess you're talking about the Crown or the feds writing the act, or is it the First Nations writing the act?
Well, that's the whole premise of we are agreed that we will co-develop the draft framework. What we want really to have is co-drafting of the legislation. And that is a bit of a challenge because the feds, for the most part, they think, we're the ones who write the act. We're the ones who write legislation. Department of Justice, DOJ writes it. But it has been done in the past that First Nations, through this co-drafting, could hold the pen together to write the legislation. The other way with co-development is that we will work together to co-develop the language of the legislation, or what they call the drafting instructions. Drafting instructions are what are sent to Department of Justice. So they're saying, okay, here's our instructions. From that, we'll develop the legislation. But we want to take that a step further. We want to be able to be involved in the drafting of the legislation, because co-development means you're kicked out of the room at some point. After a point, it's a government process saying, well, we're the ones who draft legislation. You can't be in the room for that. So that's what we're trying to do here is to push that further and be part of it. And it's been done before. There's a couple of precedents that where First Nations have been involved in the co-drafting of the legislation. Not very many.
And I guess also, Irving, it echoes the UN declarations. Huh?
Absolutely, yes.
When does it answer your comment or question?
Yes.
Thank you. I see somebody has his blue hand up. Anderson, please. Can you reintroduce yourself and your community or organization and your role?
Hi, my name is Anderson. I'm participating from Treaty 5 territory, Northern Manitoba, DEPA. I am an assistant professor in the ANS program, Aboriginal and Northern Studies program. So I think Irvin had touched on the question that I had earlier, and that was why the Crown was not recognizing Indigenous rights as it relates to water in the legislation itself. And the second question I had around that is, Irvin, do you find that in your engagements, if the rights to First Nations water is placed in the legislation straight away, the Crown might have difficulties fulfilling the act? Is that why they're trying to take that away? Or is it just a way of trying to manage things from the end?
So Anderson, yeah, you raised good questions and good questions for discussion. Is as I mentioned earlier, in the first round, in the first act, they didn't want anything discussion about rights at all, because this is about, they said, this is about technical. This is about certification of operators. This is about what standards you're going to be using. And that was one of the big three objections to the act. One was there was no proper consultation. They didn't go around and ask for your input or get you involved. Second was there was no resources, no resources at all with the legislation. And that is why we believe it was introduced in the Senate. It was in Senate bills don't have to show where the money is going to come from. If you introduce it in the House, you have to show where the money is going to come from. And the third one was rights, water rights. And they said, not about rights, it's about health and safety. So we have an opportunity here now to push for rights discussion within the body of the act. What are the rights we have? And you're right. I think they will have pushback on that part. They won't want to embed rights in there, even though, as Luke mentioned, the United Nations Declaration is now in full force, full effect. They have to, as one of the states, they have to.
Irving, I'm sorry to interrupt, but they will take us back to the plenary in about 3 seconds, and then you'll have a chance to do the polling.
Good morning.
I am the facilitator for your breakout session today. I think people are still migrating over. Hi, Delaney.
Hello, good to see you.
Nice to see you. Good morning, Robert.
Morning, Melissa.
Nice to see you.
Ditto.
Okay, so I was just mentioning people are still migrating over. I think this might be our case now. I don't see any more landing in. So I am your facilitator for this small breakout session that we are having. And I'm being mindful of time. We have approximately, well, under 20 minutes now to have this discussion. And it's to open up on, I believe, is it going to be popping up on the screen, the question?
Should be, yes. Let me see.
Okay, I'm just waiting for the question to pop up on the screen.
Is someone from Aspen here that could share their screen?
Oh.
I guess Evan's going to be here to put the question up.
Well, I guess we could have it just begin by just general about your feedback. What your thoughts on the discussion point that was just shared. The slide, if you have the slide in front of you, we're going to be talking about on the rights and responsibilities, and maybe just a discussion on your thoughts on the videos that were just shared from Danica, Billy Littlechild, and Amanda Klossing. Has it kind of made you think a little bit about First Indigenous water rights and responsibilities? And how we can do this, I see, you know, if you're comfortable sharing in the room, or if you're comfortable sharing in the chat, your feedback. But our question is really going to be focusing on, the question was, you know, for new legislation, it should characterize First Nations water rights in a direct or aspirational form, which would be in the preamble of a legislation, with strong non-derogation or non-abrogation of rights clause in the body of legislation, and no mention of Crown rights. So there was some options that were shared in slide number 12. And our discussion is going to be about that option number 3 there, and some further discussion and feedback on that. It would be helpful to see it on the screen, because then it helps frame and you can see and address it. There we go. So again, you know, based on all the discussion leading up to this point, and thinking about rights and responsibilities to provide safe drinking water. Again, this was a key element that was discussed in the 2019 water engagements across Canada. And what was favored amongst those that responded was this piece here, to characterize, again, First Nations water rights in direct or aspirational form in a preamble, again, with a strong non-derogation and non-abrogation of rights clause in the body of the legislation. So, and then having no mention of the Crown rights. So this was something, again, there was already some preliminary dialogue, and it's brought back again to further refine this and seek your feedback on this piece here. I see there's some discussion in the chat as well. So Patty has shared that the presentation by Amanda Clausing got me thinking on what we as individuals can do about the issues facing First Nations people and our water needs. In many First Nations in the north, the houses do not have running water. So very important issues that's shared there.
I can tell you what there were pros and cons to this option, and in the 2019 discussions, I guess the pros were that for this option is easier to negotiate, non-binding, helps create some guidance for all parties, clearly signals that First Nations do not have and assert rights over the subject matter without committing nations to definitions for all time and purposes. And the cons being non-binding, aspirational, leaves uncertainty as to powers and jurisdiction, may be merely postponing difficult discussions that must be had to ensure safe drinking water and wastewater can be provided.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello. Hello. Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was having computer problems all the morning, and I finally got on. I was on mute for a while there because I didn't have my other computer didn't have a proper internet. I'm from St. Teresa Point.
Okay.
Our internet here is not that great. I'm using ExploreNet. It kind of crashed this morning, and it just kind of finally fixed it after 10 around there. Went back online again. So I'm here, and I missed the first introduction. I'm trying to reconnect with my computer, but I missed the first presentation that was done, and I got back on when Lorraine Bove started talking. And I did see those videos, and there's a couple of things that I saw that I find interesting, and one of them is clashing. She mentioned water crisis, and I was wondering what is that water crisis? Is that because I've seen on this video there's people hauling bottled water? Is there communities that don't have a water treatment plant, or lack of maintenance on the water treatment plant? What is this crisis we're talking about? And like for instance, ourselves, we do have a water treatment plant, but it's probably about 5 years old, and our community has expanded to like 4,000 people. So there's a lot more houses that have been built since the water plant was built, and it was a single train unit, and we're kind of at the max now, plus the maintenance. I like that discussion about the safe drinking, that where I think if we have that highlight of holding someone accountable, they mentioned on the videos, like I think that's what we need to make sure that we do have safe drinking water, is have somebody accountable. Because I look after public works, a manager, water, and part of them is the water plants. And it'd be nice to have somebody accountable to make sure that we always have a maintenance available in the community. I like those two items, highlighted items that was mentioned. There you go.
Thank you for sharing, Oscar. I appreciate that. If I can take this discussion item here and kind of break it up. So again, what this is getting at is, again, when we're talking about First Nations water rights, where do you put that within a body of legislation? And that's what this is referring to. Again, development of a new legislation, you have the ability to create your own language within it. And that's what we're seeking engagement on from the First Nations across Canada. It's looking at, again, usually within a body of legislation, you have the preamble, which is just introduces the information. And then you have the body of it, which is the full text of it. So here we have the option for this one here is looking at the written portion of what First Nations water rights are, whether it's it says in direct or aspirational form, writing what those are within the preamble piece of it, but including the stronger language that our water rights are should not be derogated against and not be abrogated against, a strong clause within the legislation itself. So it's looking at that option. And again, I have to keep referring you to the discussions that had happened in 2019, the options that were presented back then. And the key one that we're focusing on here is at option 3. So each one had pros and cons for this discussion on rights and responsibilities. And again, Lorraine had shared that. The pros with this option here is, again, it's easier to negotiate. It's non-binding, and it helps to create some guidance for all the parties. Clearly signals that First Nations do have and assert rights over this water, over the subject matter, without committing nations to definitions for all times and purpose. Because again, we're all different across Canada. We all have maybe different definitions of what, or meanings of what that is, and it would not do that. It would not purposely describe what that is. However, the cons of this issue are also that because it's non-binding, it's also aspirational. It can leave uncertainty as to what powers are in jurisdiction. And it states in there, it could also postpone some of those difficult conversations that might happen later on to ensure safe drinking water can be provided. So again, that's the context of this piece here. And I guess we're wanting some feedback again on this option. How do you see this? Is this the one that, is this the issue? Is this the option that would make the most sense?
If I could just maybe share a little bit.
Sure.
Okay, bonjour de namaga tuk songe gabo miskomash kote bishkinte hu makundu dem animosi ding donchi. With respect to the preamble in this new legislation, it's a challenge because again, we're getting caught with respect to expressing our worldview in the English language, which is very limiting. I think it's safe to say as First Nations people, if not all Indigenous people, view water as simply a part of life. Water is something that should be free and provided to all things that need it, right? The issues that we're having with the water today is not anything that we as Indigenous people have done by abrogating our inherent responsibility of looking after that water. This has been caused by other mindsets with respect to how they are utilizing that water, whether it be mining, hydro, or other, which has caused the current detriment that many of our First Nation communities are feeling and living. So with respect to a preamble, again, I'm just thinking, something in there needs to be said that we have never abrogated our inherent right to looking after that water. What am I trying to say here? It's the newcomers that need to change their mindset. And ultimately, it's them. When you look at truth and reconciliation, they're the ones that have to reconcile what they've done, right? It's not us. But again, you can't really put those kinds of thoughts in a preamble to a legislation because it's not going to go anywhere. And people, again, don't want to take responsibility. If you speak the truth, the truth hurts and they don't want to take responsibility. They don't want to look at it from that aspect. I don't want to ramble on here, but again, my thinking is we've always, as best as we could, as Indigenous peoples, looked after the water because we understand what water is. It's life. Water has its own spirit. When we use that water, we're supposed to give something in return and thanks. It's not a commodity in the way that it's been used and abused. I'll leave it there. I'm just throwing that out there for food for thought. Miigwech.
Thank you, Robert. That's exactly what we needed to hear. Does anybody else wish to share their thoughts after thinking about this concept for a bit? I see a number of representatives. Maybe we could hear from leadership. I see Chief Roddy Travers online. The floor is open for anyone to share. I'm looking to see whose screens are on. I see a young man there from Lake St. Martin who has headphones on. I don't have his name though. Alex Travers. Would you like to share?
Can anyone hear? I'm not sure if anyone. Okay, I think I can. Yeah. But anyway, I'm Alex Travers from Lake St. Martin First Nations. I'm a certified level 2 operator for water and wastewater. I'm currently in my 5th year as the operator for our reserve, and from what I've seen in the past, I never really paid too much attention to the water, as long as it got to my house, and as long as I was able to drink it when the water truck came. But in these last 5 years, I'm starting to see what's truly happening in the behind the scenes. Like here in Lake St. Martin, we got a brand new water treatment plant. It's reverse osmosis and ultrafiltration technology, and it's the latest and greatest technology for water. And we're all connected to the water treatment plant. And when I was watching that video just a little while ago of people, I have compassion for the people that are going through the situations that I have never been in. I'm lucky to be in the situation I am right now because I have my family here, and I take my job serious. So when I first got the job, I just thought of it as a paycheck, but now I'm really starting to see the struggles that are all across Canada, even around the world, because we're not the only ones that are going through this, apparently, And, I'm just thinking about it here and trying to put into words, but there's just so many things that come to mind, and there's so many different paths we can take. But I know for a fact that us as operators who actually deal with the water on a daily basis, I would like to have more of a seat at the table with our chiefs, our leaders, you know, to talk to the government in situations like this, because I haven't not been included. This is the second meeting I've been in with AFN, and I do know a lot more about water now than I did 5 years ago, and I know the seriousness and what people are going through, the struggles now, you know, and the situations some young kids have to live in, you know, that's not something I want for anybody, but it's happening. And I think this option 3 that we're talking about here, it's a start, it's a way, but we'd have to have more discussion. I think we'd have to have people in our local areas here, like here in Lake St. Martin. I think we would have to set up some kind of a little committee for us so we can discuss these issues on a daily basis, because even though our issues aren't anything like the ones we've seen in that video, but we definitely got to do something for us to help out, you know, in a way, because we got to stand together on this issue regardless of where we're from, because we're all the same people. You know, we're all Aboriginal descent, and we all deal with some sort of problem, and, you know, coming with the government, especially when we're bringing up stuff to them, you know. And I'm still thinking about it. I was still chewing on that video there, and then just I don't know. I'll just leave it up to you guys to talk more about it. Thanks.
Well, the breakout room is going to close in the next, you see a countdown on the screen here. So it is a difficult issue to think about, but I encourage you to reflect on this through looking at the PowerPoint, looking at the slide that was before this, and there's an opportunity at the end of the day in the round table or through the chat option to share your thoughts on this issue. It does, you know, it's a difficult one to have a fulsome discussion on in our small or short time frame that we have, but I encourage you to think about it and really put some of those ideas down towards the end of the day at the roundtable. So I thank you for being part of this session, and we're going to now move back and transition into the main room again for the next presentation.
So it's time for you to dial the number on Menti and to answer those 2 questions. So we have the first results. There are 16 people in favor of yes, 6 maybe, 0 no. The biggest concerns, wow. Community regulations, human rights, rights to access. So oh, somebody is asking for the code for Menti.
We'll provide a link and put it in the chat.
Okay. Thank you, Evan, for the instructions. So I guess Even if somebody would like to think more about voting, will it be possible to do it later?
Yes, you'll be able to go back to this question all day long.
Okay. So I would like to suggest that we move to the next presentations. And the next presentation will be, the topic will be water governance. And again, I would like to call upon Lorraine Bova. Lorraine, please. Thank you to everybody for your participation. Lorraine, we cannot hear you, sorry.
Fine.
Up. You are perfect. It's
Okay.
perfect now.
Okay, next key topic, creating First Nations water governance institutions. Excuse me. First Nations care and control over our waters and related infrastructure is a core objective. The Chiefs and Assembly have called for the creation of a First Nations Water Commission. And Indigenous Services Canada is formally mandated to support and empower Indigenous peoples to independently deliver services. The questions are, what options are available to create new governance systems for First Nations water and wastewater infrastructure? And how do we ensure that a commission is built to serve the needs of First Nations while still respecting the autonomy of individual nations and their right to free, prior, and informed consent? Regional approaches, such as the recently created Atlantic First Nations Water Authority and the BC First Nations Housing and Infrastructure Council, are breaking new paths towards First Nations taking care and control over their own water infrastructure. It is critical that the repeal and replacement of the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act support these kinds of initiatives. So in the feedback from the 2019 engagements, the options for the water governance were discussed. One option, don't engage the water governance arrangements at all in the legislation. That was deemed not favorable in any region, not viable. There were two options considered blending, such as create the first option, create a water governance approach and structure in the legislation, or create a high level approach and structure for First Nations water governance to be grown organically at the national level using First Nations Water Commission. And there was another option somewhat favored, create an opt-in approach to exercising water governance. Next slide, please. So there is another subject matter expert we have a video of, Meryl Ann Fair. She'll introduce herself and explain some more to you about water governance.
Thank you, Lorraine. Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the breakout room. It was interesting. When she spoke about governance, when she said the governance means decisions, and when she spoke about the what are the options and also how to get there. So it was pretty interesting from my point of view. So again, we will address the question, or we will vote, the polling after, when we go back in plenary. For the time being, we would like to open the floor for a discussion. And again, I would like to get a volunteer to read the this paragraph, where it starts for discussion, and then we'll open the floor. Who would like to read?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
So for discussion, the new legislation should create a high-level approach and structure for First Nations water governance with an opt-in approach to be considered. A water commission should be expelled.
Thank you. So any reaction? Any comment? Please just raise the hand and I will recognize you. Oh, I have one, Christians. Christians, please.
Hello. Okay. When we discussed the new legislation, I think there's many problems with that in terms of Section 91 and 92, how the government tosses its responsibility around who's going to cover what, and how the funding will progress in that manner to address the water issue. When we have elected chiefs that like to do backroom deals with those government, and their families are the only ones that benefit, is my concern.
Okay, just for clarity, when you say 91, 92, could you tell us what you mean?
Well, one's a federal and one's a provincial. They
Okay.
shift their jurisdiction. So that's one aspect to look at in terms of how things will be managed, you know, in terms of adequate funding to fit those needs of Indigenous people.
I see.
If
So
you get
that's
what I'm.
okay. It's an interesting position. I don't know if people would like to react to your comment before I move to Anderson. Is it the same situation in your First Nations or organizations? What Christian just explained about governance? Yeah, I don't see anybody. So is it the same situation in all the communities, or is it an exception in your community, Christians, or I don't know. I'd like to hear from the other people as well.
And if you want to add something, you can just unmute and just speak if no one's speaking. I think that would also be fine.
Yeah, if you cannot find the blue hand, yeah.
Hey, Luke.
Yes, Mr. Herring.
Yeah, I just thank God for Google. I just Googled Section 91 and might be, if I can read it very quickly.
Okay.
Section 91(24) states that the federal government has exclusive authority over Indians and lands reserved for Indians. We hear a lot about that. This means that the federal government, and not the provinces, has the authority to pass laws that are in pith, that's new, and substance about First Nations people and their lands.
So this is based on the 1867 Act, I believe, huh?
Yes, Section 9.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Irving. So, okay, so we'll leave this comment open, and we heard you, Christians, you know, this kind of concern you have. I'd like to move to Anderson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Luke. So I think the videos were very interesting. I like the second professor or the lawyer, the explanations they gave. My idea, what I'm thinking about while I was listening, was that, yeah, I'm all for the collaborative stuff, and because that really, based on my research and things that I research into, I would say sometimes gives the best approach to dealing with resource issues. When we move to the issue of how and talking about the big picture, I believe that a water commission nationally will be very important. However, I'm just thinking through some of the challenges and the successes that First Nations have had with the federal government or amongst themselves working together at a national level. Are there any success stories? Are there any success structures? Are there any success with regards to governance at that national level that could be used, or elements from it can be picked up and then used to build this big system, national system that the speaker was talking about. If we're going to have a big water commission and all of that, because what we don't want is having the big national stuff or trying to do it, and then it's not really trickling down to the various communities, and the communities are struggling through water management, decision making, and all of that. So, what are some of this? What are some of the? Evan, sorry to put you on the spot, but do you think there's enough success stories working together as Indigenous people on some of these issues that you could look to and say, okay, this component of the governance approach works well, and then we can use this. This didn't work. This is how we're going to deal with it. Is there anything like that?
It's a good question, Anderson. Myself, I would like to impress you and all the people with some examples, but I don't have any. So I'd like to call upon our colleagues if they have any examples. Because for the last, let's say, if we go back, maybe for the last 40 years, First Nations, we started, to get some delegations from the governments to take care of ourselves, in the education, housing, infrastructures, policing, and all those things. So now we are talking about self-government more and more. We are using the UN declarations. So I don't know if we have any example. I'd like to hear from you people. So, Anderson, Christian.
Hello.
Yeah.
When we think of water, we look at how the government floods certain lands, and it impacts certain communities. They build dikes and whatnot, and they destroy the land. Because when you look at the indigenous perspective, is take what you need and to leave the land the way you found it. And with the water situation, if we look at how the sands are a filtering system to cleansing our water, is an option of cleaning our lands again, taking care of our beaches and whatnot, because that sand acts as a filter to purifying the water again, doing those certain ceremonies that were mentioned in previous videos. So taking those things into account, and how come we don't think of water treatment facilities in terms of combating the water situation with the mercury that leaks into the mainstream water that pollute the living quarters for the fish, in terms of when people drink the water, like Grassy Narrows, the mercury that leaked into the water, and it now affects the communities that have to drink that water.
So, Christian, do you think it will be easier to address those issues if we are working as a group or individual First Nations in terms of governance?
I think we need to work together in terms of how to move forward, but to have a general consensus with all the people, not just a select few, because those decision makers don't take into account how it affects the person that's sitting on the outside. For examples, you have a counselor or a chief, and they go by their general will of how to move forward instead of taking the people's decision into account.
So governance will be a very important issues to deal with in the future, you know, because when we talk about, again,
Yes,
self-determination, we have to really give ourselves the right tools.
yeah, well, like when you look at the way a government's set up, you have the right and the left way of thinking. And then there's a certain set of people that are in the poverty brackets that are left out of that decision making in terms of how to move forward.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I'd like to hear from somebody from another First Nations. You know, we heard what Christian said, and I think it's the reality in some First Nations. I'd like to know in other First Nations if you have something you would like to share with us in terms of governance.
I think we have Councillor Thompson raising his hands.
Hello,
Councillor?
everyone. It's Leroy Thompson from Little Saskatchewan First Nation. Recently, we were affected with the 2011 flood. As you are all aware, I think a lot of the issues and a lot of the problems is we have no protection. I think this meeting is taking place, drinking water. But in order to have clean drinking water, you need to have protection in place and laws in place where the water comes from. A lot of our waters were wells. We recently got a water and piped water septic. We're running septic trucks right now, and we're not really used to that way of life for us. We're still learning. The problem I'm having is the funder. People need to be aware of our budget got cut in half, and the funder doesn't even know how to fund us moving forward. That discussion needs to take place. This is one of the problems. We talk about the video we just seen about communication. Communication is key. You talk about governance. You can't forget the government brainwashed the First Nation and caused a division. The way they look at things of dictating things in our communities. This is where division is caused. A lot of times when you talk about governments, when you need to pass any kind of law or constitution, you need to ratify it with all your band membership. A lot of people just kind of close the door on you and don't want nothing to do with you. This is where that division internally comes. We're a small community, but we live that every 2 years. It's a simple thing of meeting someone on the road. They wave back at you. Within that end of that 2 years, no one waves at you. No one wants to shake your hand. No one wants to acknowledge you. And a lot of times when you talk about governance and moving forward, that division and that dictation, we have too many players at the table. Nothing gets done. A lot of times it's in the air and we're wondering who's advocating for us, First Nations. There's always a government plays these games where they'll implement and come up with an amount of dollars to whatever organization to take the lead. But internally, another way to look at it is you come in your own local communities, your own local people to take the initiative and to have a simple thing as a committee in different areas. Because as chief and council, we're a body for political. Make sure that everything is run smoothly politically in your community. In internal programs, you need your band membership to take that control and form a committee. Water, you know how important water is, a safe drinking water. This is all new to me. I didn't have an opportunity to research the legislation as of yet. I mean, we just started operating maybe a year regarding our water treatment plant. We have 2 water treatment plants because we're adjacent a new area in our community, higher ground strategy, where we were flooded out. Now we moved to higher ground, and now we're in an area where we have piped water and sewer. At one time, the government wanted us to have permanent holding tanks. What happened to the water at that time was that they kept freezing up. So then they finally looked for money and gave us a low pressure system. A lot of times, as I mentioned earlier, the funder doesn't even know how to fund us moving forward. That discussion still needs to take place. And for example, we're servicing septic. One thing that we were told by the contractor is the number of occupants in a home requires how many times a septic truck needs to empty that tank.
I see.
We were only told once or twice a year.
What's your population in Thompson?
We have about 700.
600? Okay. And I want, because I know they will call us back, in the plenary in a few seconds, but I wanted to say regarding funding or finance, this afternoon we'll have a presentation especially on this topic. Yeah, because you're right. Yeah, we're told that in 50 seconds they will bring us back to plenary to vote. So again, I want to thank you. I don't know if there was another speaker, but unfortunately they are bringing us back to the plenary. So thank you. And after we will break for lunch, and we'll see you in the afternoon.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Okay, so we are going to have a discussion now on creating a First Nations water governance institution. So again, in thinking about the slides of the previous slide that looked at the different options and the feedback from the 2019 engagements, and then also the good advice that was just shared by Maryland Fair on how that could be structured, the different types of options that are out there. For your discussion today in this small group session is looking at, should the new legislation for that option create a high-level approach structure for First Nations water governance with an opt-in approach to be considered, and a water commission should be explored. So let's break that down a little bit here. Your thoughts on creating a high-level governance structure, water governance structure. What are your thoughts on that? Would that make the most sense to you, or is that something else that you feel should be explored?
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello.
We can hear you, Oscar.
This Zoom meeting is a little too new for me, so I think I need to click on that mute button every time I want to talk. So, alrighty, I like that presentation, and I think we should move on to what you're asking us to do. Yes, we should move forward on doing exactly what they're talking about. Because right now, I know that it is kind of like a status quo right now. It doesn't really. I've been involved with a lot of decision making with water and wastewater, listening to what Indian Affairs wants us to do, not what we want to do. And it'd be nice to move to those options that we've been presented, which is like collaborative agreements, and also to have a regional approach with the decision making. I know most of us, maybe including me too, is we're more focused on or we're only given the O&M part of the decision making. We're not involved with how the money is spent. It's always after the fact that we get it. We're only the O&M managers, not the decision makers. It'd be nice to do that from now on to get what we want and how much we should spend, not to get told that you only have this much and this is what you're going to get. kind of thing. It always seems like the way with anything we do. There's people higher up than us, not First Nation. I'm saying the Indian Affairs people are the ones that decide what's good for us. I always see that. They always tell us that we don't. We know what's best for you is always what I usually hear when I go talk to Indian Affairs. It'd be nice to go and do this that week so we can be part of the decision making and we decide what's best for us, not them telling us what's best for us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Oscar, for sharing your feedback on this. Does anybody else like to share their thoughts on this based on, again, the presentation that we just heard and the PowerPoint slide before this? What are your thoughts on a regional or national approach for a water governance structure? We heard some of the pros and cons for each of these.
With me again, I like the combined approach with the regional and national. I know that he did talk to if we do it ourselves, and I know a lot of our community members have the capacity, and it's best to combine it, just like what tribal council works. We can do that same thing with this. Is also use both the regional and national, so we get the full effect of making our own decisions, doing it internally and out in the whole country, and what everybody's doing, so we can share everybody's knowledge.
Okay, so I'm hearing a regional approach that feeds into a national approach and how that may work, and the ability to have decision-making at the First Nation level. In the chat option here, we have in the Penematang, they are closely connected to 2 other First Nations, like St. Martin and Little Saskatchewan, and that any discussions on Water Commission should always include members that are connected to the water. I'm opening it up to the other members that are joining this session to share their thoughts on what new legislation should include for a First Nations water governance institution.
If I can maybe say a few things here again. With respect to new legislation, there's nothing in existence as we speak. We're looking at starting something from scratch. Again, we're mimicking Western thought and structure with respect to a high level approach because there is nothing in place at this point. Yes, we do need to take that approach, but we also need to consider at some point in time, whatever it is that we put together, again, with the opt-in approach, and also going down to the local level, at some point in time, whatever it is we put together, we need to indigenize it. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make here. Oftentimes we get caught up in Western structure, which totally contradicts with our worldview, how we see things, how we would like to do things, and we get sucked into that. I firmly believe that we know what's best with respect to how we live our lives within our communities, within our nations. We see water as one of the elements of life, as is fire and earth and air. And we need to protect these as best as we can, knowing tapping into our inherent knowledge. Again, all I'm going to say is at some point in time, whatever structure we decide to adopt and implement, at some point we really need to tweak it so it's more indigenized, it's more reflective of who we are and how we relate to the land. with that reciprocal relationship. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Robert, for sharing that. So we heard to read whatever is developed needs to be indigenized, and it also still has to include the voice of the local, the grassroots. One of the other things that had come out again in the options here is whatever is created should be an opt-in approach. And what they mean by that is that as a single First Nation, you have that choice of whether you wish to belong or be part of that structure. Can I get some people's thoughts on that? Is that something that you feel is important that should be included in new legislation?
Just to let you know, that is what is going on with the Atlantic First Nation Water Authority. They have an opt-in approach there. They had, we learned that in the pre-engagement and engagement sessions. So some First Nations there are opting in to be part of the Water Commission and some aren't. So that's an example, just to let you know.
Thanks, Ryan. So again, to what Marilyn had shared, there's different models that could be developed. We've already talked a bit about what is current, the status quo. I guess it's assessing how well that is working. We hear a lot of negative that it is not. Then what is the option going forward that would best meet the needs of First Nations? We heard examples of a body that could assist First Nations in terms of capacity, having that technology, protection, the creation of high-level standards. There's no definite term yet on what this body could do, but those are some of the potential things that a high-level body could do, and the structure to support First Nations in water governance. So it's open to others to share their thoughts on what this might look like.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I just want to do a little bit of a introduction of water. Just in my point of view, and I think we can kind of pass that information towards the governance part of this issue, and know that that lawyers that I was talking was saying that we're more in discussion with the governance part, not on the O&M part, and because O&M is where you actually do all the dirty work, and you kind of to have an idea what an O&M does to create this governance, and also saying that this is our rights to water. Just getting to tell you what the water is. To have a safe drinking water, there's two elements, I guess, that you got to look at to have a safe drinking water, which is the color and the microorganisms. There's a lot of organisms that float around in the water, bugs. And I know that Selection Mark mentioned about reverse osmosis. That's part of one of the technologies that'll filter all those organisms. And in our inherent right, I guess I wanted to talk also is that in our community, we actually go hunting and trapping in different lakes in our community, a remote area where we have our cabins where we go and camp out. There's no running water over there. It's pure water, or not treated water. And that's what we drink when we go there. So when you take a cup out of the lake, it's yellow. And we drink that while we're living, camping out there for a week. Sometimes we go into a little bit of a stomach issue because we're drinking that not untreated water. then we come to our community where the water we drink is white. And then there's a lot of other issues on how to keep that water clean, what you're drinking, which is it's white, it's clear, it's not brown, and also there's nothing floating, or shouldn't be something floating around with organisms. So just to kind of, I don't know, clarify that with what the governance needs to do to keep that water. Is it clean? I know that a long time ago we didn't have all that, so we drank what's out there. I guess never heard of this before. So now we have this water that we have to kind of purify, make it very clean to drink. I guess part of that, but I guess we need to discuss on what this governance needs to do. What the government needs to do to make sure that every community has a white, clear water to. Is that what it is? What the government needs to do? Just kind of thinking out loud. Thank
Well, the
you.
example that Marilyn had shared was that governance, again, is the high level piece. Who makes the decisions, those high level funding? She gave a number of examples of that, not necessarily the day-to-day with O&M. That's the example that she had shared at the beginning there. I'd like to get a few more people to provide some feedback on, again, their thoughts on a First Nations water governance institution. And I'd like to invite somebody who has not spoken yet. It's hard to tell, not everybody has their videos on, so who is available to provide some thoughts and how this high level or this water governance institution, again, would that be beneficial to your at your community level, and what needs to be done for that? A lot of silence. Okay, I see one camera on. I'm going to go back to Alex at Lake St. Martin.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it, and from where I'm sitting in my position here in Lake St. Martin, as Patty stated, we're pretty close to Fairford and Little Saskatchewan, and Little Saskatchewan has almost the same type of water infrastructure in the new part of their reserve. So this would be a pretty good idea for us in general. I think this approach would work. From where I'm seeing, like having our own say in what we do with our water infrastructure and what we can do with the spending, and to have a water commission, especially between the three reserves here, even if Dauphin River wants to get involved. Yeah, I think it's definitely something that can work. That, like the opt-in approach is something that can work. And because some First Nations are more ready than others, some might not have the same ideas, or some might not have the same approach that we want to take. But I do like this idea, and it would be interesting to see how far we can take this. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Alex. I believe we are going to be going back to the other session in less than a minute here. So if there's any open for any comments. Again, if you didn't get an opportunity, you're still thinking about it. Again, you can provide your feedback into the chat option and or at the round table towards the end.
You keep impressing me with all these technologies. So those are the questions. Do you agree with that? The new legislation should create a high-level approach and structures for First Nations water governance, with any opt-in approach to be considered. A water commission should be explored. Yes, no, maybe. Second question, should a water commission be explored? Yes, no, maybe. And the last one, should governance pursue an opt-in approach? Yes, no, maybe. Maybe there is no need to say it again, but you found a way to get on Menti. Jay, you're quick. And after this plenary, we will take a short break for lunch, and we would like everybody to be back online by 12:30. And again, even if you want to explain people, they can keep voting. And yeah, we would like to do before you go, there was another poll questions we were supposed to do after the presentation on the update of on repeal and replace of the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act. So we'll do it right after. And other questions to address. Okay, Jen, maybe we can go back to these questions on the update, that we wanted to do earlier. This was the first one, so the second. Oh, no.
Yeah, go one more, Jen.
Ah, wow. So this, yeah, people who didn't have a chance to vote on this one, how important is the repeal and replacement of the act to you? Very important, somewhat important, neutral, not important.
Luke, I see that 33 people have responded to this slide.
Okay, 34 now. So should we break for lunch and be back by 12:30? Yeah, okay, so enjoy your break, enjoy your lunch, and I would love to see you again at 12:30 sharp. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoy the break and the lunch. So we have a few more presentations this afternoon, and as I said earlier, we will have a round table at the end, so you will have time, to express your idea or to make your comments. So the next presentation is on the transboundary governance. And again, I would like to invite Lorraine to take it out.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next key topic, transboundary governance, decision-making with properties and territories to protect and manage source water. First Nations jurisdiction is a complex and contested matter. The Crown claims jurisdiction over water, and the Constitution has distributed jurisdiction to provinces and territories. Many First Nations resist this arrangement, including preservation of Aboriginal and treaty rights. It is clear that jurisdiction to protect sources of water, which are often located off reserve where provinces and territories have extensive jurisdiction, is critical. And the protection of sources of water is a core component of a multi-barrier approach to water infrastructure. Therefore, First Nations must, must come to some kind of legal or functional arrangement with other orders of government. Okay, in the 2019 engagements, the discussion of options for this key topic, one option was not favored, was don't acknowledge First Nations jurisdiction in the legislation. Somewhat favored was the option confirm that the legislation supports the First Nations exercising their jurisdiction and protection off reserve source water through agreements made with other Crown governments. But the most favored option was set out First Nations jurisdiction to protect source waters off reserve. Okay, the next subject matter expert next slide, please. In the next video, Teresa McClanahan, she'll introduce herself and tell you about her expertise in transboundary governance.
Thank you, Lorraine.
The breakout rooms are now open for discussion. You can click the word join and go to your breakout room.
Welcome back, everybody. So this was the third presentations, and as we can see, it's a complex issue when we speak about water. So for the discussion, again, I would like to suggest this questions or context. The new legislation should clearly set out First Nations jurisdictions to protect, I cannot read, water. To protect somebody, I will need help. To protect, to protect source waters of reserve. Yeah, sorry about it. So again, your questions, comments, suggestions will be more than welcome. Well, what do you think about this multi-jurisdictions, that she explained? As First Nations, we have to, at one point, to talk with our neighbors to come to some kind of arrangement to protect the source of our water. Do you think it's something that is possible in your area? Again, just raise your hand.
Hello?
Yeah. Sorry.
I agree with that statement, mainly because we live downstream of hydro developments and our water is murky. It's not to mention that we can't treat it, right? But it's more costly to treat it because of the turbidity in the water. But
Wayne, I'm sorry to interfere. Just can you tell us, where you are located? You said you have this hydro thing, but tell us about where you are coming from.
we're located in northern Manitoba by Gillam, Manitoba.
Okay.
300 kilometers north of Thompson.
I see.
So we're surrounded by 3 hydro dams plus 1 under construction. And through the hydro developments, most of our water is turned this murky brownish. I understand that we're looked at as stewards of the land with regards to, drawing from the river. It's more costly to treat it. And not to mention, even when we discharge our own effluents to the land, we got to be cognizant that, the other living beings are out there drinking this stuff without the benefit of treated water.
And Wayne, how many people are you in your community?
About 150.
150. And do you have any kind of arrangement with those big projects promoters to protect the water? Because we're talking about transboundary.
They've written many environmental reports with respect to the quality of the water as it is right now, but living close by the bay, which is the outsource of the water, the incoming water coming, say, from Lake Winnipeg goes through another few generation stations before they reach the generation stations in our area, and that has really damaged the water from its pristine condition, whatever that would have looked like. Not in my lifetime, but previous to my lifetime. I know that all these generating stations had corrupted the water in some shape or form. And I don't believe there's any cooperation with the province or with regards to the quality of water that's left for the peoples to treat it downstream.
And are you the only reserve impacted by those development?
There's a number of reserves that follow the Nelson River system.
And are they all facing the same situation?
Yes.
And in terms of governance, do you have any suggestion what should be done?
Exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, cool. Sorry, maybe there is a participant's writing that he has a hard time to get the sound, and I'll ask Evan to look at it for you. Irving, you know what the participant is talking about? I guess it's a story you keep hearing all across the country, huh?
Absolutely. It's the need to make sure that there are some protections there for our waters, whether they're on our lands or on our traditional lands. And there's going to be some strong language in there that is supported by the legislation. Teresa talked about the interactions, I guess, with federal, provincial, territorial, even municipalities, townships, and there's got to be something built in that will allow better working relationships, something understood to be able to do that. And you mentioned United Nations Declaration. It doesn't end at the border of our First Nations. It is a declaration that has been accepted by the state, which is Canada, and it applies to all the provinces. And then we saw BC adopting through legislation the United Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People on a provincial level. So there's one jurisdiction there sees the value of that, and to be able to entrench that in the legislation, I think it would be a great benefit and a great victory for us to be able to do that.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's a good thing that at least your organization is aware that this problem is not only in this reserve, but in many other reserves, and things needs to be done. And
that's right.
Thank you, Irvin. Evan, I don't know if you can show us, on the screen the questions. I guess there was a questions with this presentation. Yeah, so here we are. So this time I need somebody with a strong voice to read the questions. Who would like to be the volunteer?
I can do it.
Okay.
So question number one, do you agree that the new legislation should assert First Nations jurisdictions to protect source waters of reserves? Yes, no, maybe. Question two, should First Nations jurisdictions be pursued at all costs in the new legislations, despite limitations that may be imposed by provinces / territories? Yes, no, maybe.
Thank you. So in any questions, I'd like to hear your reactions or suggestions, because that's a very important issue, and we don't live in a silo. We have neighbors, either big companies or cities. So where are we in that picture? Yeah, Christian.
Yeah, I think when we look at that new legislation, we have to look at the corporations that come in our territories. They're not held accountable for the damages they do to the land and the water with regards to signing long-term agreement to cleaning up those messes or spills or contaminations to the land and the water. When you look at an oil-rich resource, the water is contaminated, and then they only put a Band-Aid solution. They don't try and clean up the impacts of what damages they've done to the land and the water. Like when you look at terms of traditional hunting grounds or fishing, those things are being poisoned, and what we're noticing now is there's a lot of cancers within those animals. So our way of life is being compromised in such a way that those companies that come in there, they don't clean up their mess. They're left off the hook. Like 200-year agreement would be understandable, if they're only going to be there for 15, 20 years. Why is it they're off the hook so suddenly?
So your suggestion is in the legislation, they should have some provision to address this kind of issue?
Yeah, well, when you look at, say they to a town like Fort Alexander, Saugeen, and they have their paper mill, and they're dumping chemicals into the water. Then they have their floodway or whatever to generate power, and then that also impacts the water. So you got two areas there. Paper mills dumping chemicals into the water, and then the water that's used to generate power, and it really impacts the First Nations quality of life. Like in terms of how do we clean this mess, those guys are left off the hook in terms of the environmental impact it has on the communities and surrounding First Nations that live within that territory.
I think it's important
If
to
you get
have some.
where I'm going with.
Yeah, and what I would like to add is, I think it's important to have some provisions like that in the act. But the other question is, who will be responsible to implement it? Our First Nations, the provincial governments, or the federal government? We need somebody to implement it. Do you have any suggestions, anybody? Not only Christians. The door is open, the floor is open.
Luke, it's Leroy Thompson, Little Saskatchewan.
Yes.
I just had a question. Regarding the Northern Flood Agreement and also this legislation. How is it? Because I thought one of the things a flood agreement came up was the protection of the water and compensating the First Nations. I'm not too familiar with the Northern Flood Agreement. It's something that really interests me because I believe if you're going to protect the waters and if you're going to move the water for hydro benefit, you never hear hydro mentioned. But I've always tried to advocate that we should have a Southern Flood Agreement to protect. How is it? Is it part of the legislation, or who is? Your question is, well, who is advocating for the Northern Flood Agreement? If there's any impacts, is it the First Nations in that area? Maybe Wayne can answer. I'm not too sure. Thank you.
That's a good point. I don't know, Irving, or if anybody else can give us some information about it.
Yeah, we were never a part of the Northern Flood Agreement. We were amended to the agreement because we didn't have reserve back in the 60s or 70s whenever the agreement was developed.
I see.
Sorry.
Thank you, Wayne. Irving?
No, I can't offer. I know of them. I've heard of them many times, and but I don't know the background on them. I know that's cause of a lot of grief to First Nations in that area that are impacted by the flood agreements and the what do you call the flood control structures that are along up in that area.
I see. So it's a question that will need to be really looked after, huh? Because this this is exactly the subject, transboundary governance.
Certainly good good examples of case studies to look at on how that kind of thing has failed First Nations, and should it be included in the water legislation. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. So, Councillor, what do you think about it? Is it something that your council can probably present to your organizations or to investigate?
Exactly. It's something that we need to look into because for future generations to come, we talk about protecting the water. You need to have agreements in place with the federal government or the provincial government. Right now, just to let everyone know, when we got flooded out, automatically the two governments are cost sharing. We all know the water structure, Fairford Dam, as we all know it, was cost shared. We need to be involved in these talks and moving forward. And if there's any legislation to be passed, I think we should be consulted. And I think we all know that is a #1 problem with whatever government you're dealing with. That's the #1 problem. We're not properly consulted.
Yeah,
it's something that I would like to see moving forward is where's our protection?
I agree with you. And you being an elected official, you know, you're probably the best person to put the foot down and to make sure you are properly consulted and also compensated and the water protected.
Just to mention, this is one of the problems. The 4 communities in my area are affected. And a lot of times we want to govern ourselves internally. And that gives a division. In order to move something forward of this magnitude that's going to flood us for years to come, you kind of need to have unity. And that's one of the issues moving forward, I believe. There's a comprehensive settle agreement on the table that the federal government is proposing on the First Nations. We started ours and a lot of First Nations in my area, Penamutang First Nation, Dauphin River First Nation, and Lake St. Martin First Nation are having our own discussions. But we still, I believe in, we need our protection. We're the ones that live off the shore of Lake St. Martin, and that water is going to flow through Lake St. Martin, going to Lake Winnipeg.
I agree with you. You know, it's not easy, and there's the same thing, unfortunately, all across the country. But as it says, you know, in the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples 20 years ago, the commissioner said to the leaders, you know, we have the responsibilities to rebuild our nations. So I think it starts there, you know, when we talk about healing and all those things. I think we have to be strong at the community level if we really want to make a difference in terms of governance. But you seem to have good intention, so I would like to encourage you to go forward, to lead the way.
Yeah. And I think the other thing is, Leroy, I know we've talked about this, I think 2 or 3 years ago during, I think, the climate workshop that we had, and that is around water management, right? The control structure, how, you know, the province, you know, whenever they want, they can decide when to raise water levels and when to, you know, decrease water levels. So I know we've had issues around that. And so how do we co-manage this resource water and around policies and all of that stuff? So that's another thing to look at.
Good. I'm told that we have less than a minute, and then we will go back to plenary, where you'll have that you will be asked to vote the pool. So who would like to get the 20 seconds before we go to the plenary?
I think there's a question from Cheyenne Anderson in the chat.
Yeah. Can you read it for
She said,
us?
I was also wondering how those in the flood settlement will be affected.
We have 50 seconds. I don't know if somebody has an answer. Well, Cheyenne, it's a good question.
We can bring this up at the very last session when we have the roundtable discussion. I think we can throw this open. Yeah,
it's a good point. Yeah.
Okay,
so again, thank you. We still have another two more presentations, one on financing and the other one on standards and regulations. But now we're going to go to the plenary. So thank you again and see you in a few minutes.
Okay, just waiting on our facilitator.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we had to do some rejigging because my audio wasn't good. So I'm hoping. Start my video. Okay, I'm not sure what these are.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah, just go ahead, Melissa, and we'll figure out your video later.
Okay, how's that?
Oh, perfect.
Okay, we're working off two devices here. Bear with me 1 second now. Okay, here we go. Okay, so that was a lot of information on transboundary governance. So the discussion question for this breakout is now talking about the new legislation. Should it clearly set out First Nations jurisdiction to protect source waters off reserve? And what are your thoughts on that? And again, you can always refer to the slide before this, which kind of laid out what some of those initial conversations were, what those initial issues were. So again, hearing about what that all entails with transboundary governance, and the video explained it really well. That her recommendations for a watershed approach, as we all know, water knows no boundaries. Multi-jurisdictions working together, and then also looking at a multi-barrier approach and ensuring the protection of your waters from source to tap. So when thinking about that and the option for the new legislation, what are your thoughts on First Nations jurisdiction, clearly setting that out to protect waters off reserve, source waters off reserve?
I remember in the pre-engagement sessions that when participants spoke up about source water, it was actually about affecting drinking water as well as affecting the livelihood on the First Nations also.
So I open up the floor. I've heard from, I'm keeping track of our breakout room. I've heard from 4 different First Nations. Are there any others in the room? I've heard from Lake Manitoba. I've heard St. Teresa Point, Lake St. Martin, and Penematang Frechette. Is there anybody else that would like to share from their different regions in Manitoba? And again, if you don't have your videos on, I can't tell if you're present or not. Okay, well, it's open. The floor is open for people to share. again, thinking about the video and the previous discussion on this for transboundary governance.
I have
Is it
a
important?
question. I have the question is to protect off-reserve source water. How effective is that? Because I know a lot of communities, I've heard in the news, a lot of other things happening outside the reserve boundary. For instance, the floodway in what's that? Sunboyne River, where they open up or diverted the water to is it Lake Manitoba? I think it's Lake Manitoba. And also, aside from First Nation, City of Winnipeg, a few years back, I heard that in North Dakota, they were diverting their salt water into Red River that feeds to Winnipeg. I was wondering how effective can we be protecting water off reserve or outside the boundary? I guess that is there a way to protect that, or is it just gotta deal with what flows towards you from other sources? Is it, or is there a way we can protect that?
Well, I think that's the question being posed. Should the legislation allow for or clearly set out, again, First Nations having jurisdiction to protect those source waters? Because again, waters come from somewhere. Obviously, they flow through the community or wherever you're receiving them from. They're coming from different jurisdictions, different areas. So that was the intent of the video, to talk about transboundary water and the importance of having that watershed approach to protecting your source water, which is most times off reserve. So, what you just shared were large examples of different forms of transboundary high-level decisions that were made. Again, there wasn't a whole lot of First Nations representation or discussion when those decisions were happening. So if thinking going forward, if you had that ability to have a decision in the protection of your source water, is that something that should be included in this new law?
Say, for instance, Lake St. Martin, I guess, or one of those community tribal interlake reserves, they would have a say if Port Lapeer decides to divert the water from a certain point to that lake, that kind of thing, I guess.
That would be a big decision, yeah.
Okay. Oh, just to inform my tributary area. What do we call that again? Yeah, our area of our watershed. Sorry, couldn't think of a watershed. I was thinking of tributary area. But in my watershed, we're St. Joseph Point First Nation. We have no other outside source water, other pollutant in our community. We're pretty much the top of the water flow in our watershed. There's no other, besides animals, there's no other human source of pollutant on top of us. We're the first pollutant on that water. Well, I mean, we're not polluting, but
okay.
Just to let you know.
Great, thank you. I see someone's hand up. I see Anderson. I don't know if I have that. Is that your first name or yours?
Yeah, Anders is my first name. Thank you.
Okay.
And sorry, I can show my video now. Yeah, I totally would say that yes, there should be that kind of source protection of water of reserve. My question or the big thing I think about here is, to what extent will like collaboration work with wherever or whichever community, whether it is municipality or another say First Nation, which is off reserve? How will the collaboration work in terms of protecting the source water? Has there been any thing like that has happened where a First Nations community and another, let's say a municipality, have been able to work together to protect source water that feeds both jurisdictions? Is there anything like that? And if there is, what are some of maybe the challenges or some of the key positive attributes that can be used in this particular act?
So you're asking if there's any other models out there where we've had First Nations, municipalities, or other bodies working together to protect source water.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to look at Lorraine on that to see if she has any examples that she could share.
I don't know of, there are probably models. I don't really know of any off the top of my head, but it's good to mark down these questions because this is the what we are going to want to get out of this legislation. We're going to want to answer those questions, and we are going to want these things in the new legislation. So thank you for asking that question, because that is like one of the, well, we're going to record that question, and that is like one of the goals or that we're going to have, and when we recommend to the joint working group.
Okay.
Thank you for raising that. It's open, the floor is open. Are there others that would like to express their views on this one? Again, should the new legislation clearly set out First Nation jurisdiction to protect source waters off reserve, so beyond your existing boundary?
If I may.
Yes, you may.
Again, yeah. Yes, there needs to be something built into the legislation. It would be our only venue of approach in the event that something is affecting us negatively. Is that a word? Did I say that right? Anyway, all waters are connected in one form or other, whether they're natural connections or man-made connections. As far as other agreements out there where First Nations have had dealings with water and the movement of water, you could use Manitoba Hydro as an example. You could use the Quebec James Bay Agreement as another example. Part of the challenge that we have in dealing with the powers that be, whether they be provincial or federal or municipal for that matter, is our lack of trust with respect to dealing with these various government levels. Because time and time again, they have shown us that although we negotiate things in good faith, they take it upon themselves to make arbitrary decisions. Is that doublespeak? And they just go ahead and do things anyway. And as far as source water, you know, the watershed here in Manitoba into the Hudson's Bay comes right from the Rocky Mountains. I think it's all the way down to the Mississippi River, and as far east as to about an hour west of Thunder Bay. That's a huge area. And the types of different cross-jurisdictional boundaries and agreements that you would need with all these, what's the term I'm looking, users, end users, I guess, of the water, could result in a huge quagmire. And ultimately, again, the movement of water, like what happened to Lake St. Martin, Lake Manitoba, Pinay, and others, you know, was the movement of water coming from the Assiniboine in order to protect the city of Winnipeg. They diverted all that water into Lake Manitoba from the Portage Diversion, which ended up affecting everybody else down the watershed, like Lake St. Martin, community written right off, where they've had to reestablish themselves in a new location, everything. You know, that impacted that community, not only that community, but the sister communities around it for generations to come. They're still feeling the impacts of that. That community still hasn't quite settled. And so, yeah, long story short, we need something in this legislation that will at least give us a venue for recourse or discussion, if nothing else. Okay, you go ahead.
Thank you, Robert, for sharing that. Floor is open for others to make some additional comments on this. I see Alex.
I agree with Robert with what he said. We've definitely haven't truly fully recovered yet from the 2011 flood. But I do strongly agree that we do need to put something in place where we can protect ourselves from that kind of situation happening again. Like the source, because we draw our water from Lake St. Martin right now, and there's a long water line from the old reserve to our new reserve now, where we draw our water from. And you know, when big decisions like that are made down the line, as you said, there's a huge area that covers this where we are, because the water passes through here and it goes into Dauphin River, and you know, it passes through Fairford, Little Saskatchewan too. So, and we're like the Lake St. Martin, where we draw our water from, it's a precious water source to us now, because our whole reserve, Little Saskatchewan, I don't know if Little Saskatchewan, I think they're drawing from the groundwater, but it's definitely a situation that's got to be addressed. And I can see that it's not going to be an easy situation to address. There's definitely going to be some challenges in the days ahead, but I'm pretty sure we can find some common ground, you know, if we're allowed to implement our ideas, you know, as a people, and come together. And especially with Little Saskatchewan and Fairford, you know, we can all like work together on this issue too. You know, it'll definitely be something to look into. But that's pretty much all I have to say. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that. So, you know, in thinking about this question, there are already models of transboundary governance out there. We have the Red River Basin Commission, we have the Assiniboine River Valley Commission. You know, it's a matter of being part of some of these existing structures as well. But also in thinking about this new law, it's ensuring, again, that you have the jurisdiction, again, to have a voice in decision-making to protect source water off reserve. So that's what I'm hearing from a few that shared this afternoon, that is important as well. But it also has to be fair and not an agreement that is going to be one-sided. I heard that as well. I believe we have maybe 2 more minutes if anyone else would like to share.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Councillor Woodhouse calling, talking here. Yeah, I would, you know, with this development of this, you know, transboundary governance thing, you know, well, the water, you know, our First Nations was impacted very deeply by the 2011-2012 flood, you know, and we didn't have no control over it. It just came. The government was the one that was controlling the water, and they still control the water. But, you know, this legislation that we're trying to develop here would be good if we could be included in there. And but, you know, from past experiences, we do have problems with provincial and municipal governments that, you know, that they have their ways and we have our own ways, and it doesn't always work and mix together. And so that's where I think that's where this legislation could come into, you know, come in handy on our end for long term for water uses of the water. You know, we had discussions with lawyers in the past, trying to access information on the watersheds to the west, on how were they, you know, all these farmers and stuff, where they put the culverts and where diverted water from to where and where it's going and all this and that. They didn't want to give us that information. So still today we don't have that information from them. So and also we're developing a Treaty 2 government for a Treaty 2 territory. So that's another question, how we can implement this legislation to work together with our Treaty 2 nations and so forth moving forward. So these are the questions that we have to, I guess, iron out. But I guess that's the purpose of this meetings. So pretty good discussion so far, and you know, I'm looking forward to seeing what other people have to say and how this develops along. But certainly we need more input from our leadership as well, from the different communities around, Manitoba here especially. Like we have a Interlake Reserve Tribal Council as well, and there's First Nations there too that have the same problems as we do. I'll say, like for instance, our water plant, we've been.
Okay, I think we're just waiting for the facilitator. In the meantime, you can go ahead and go to menti.com and enter in the code and respond to these questions.
Evan, yeah, do we have everybody back in the plenary?
Yes, everybody is back in the
Okay.
plenary.
I was talking, but I didn't pay attention. I muted myself, so I'm sorry. So we have those 3 questions. The first one, do you agree with that the new legislation should assert First Nations jurisdictions to protect source water off reserve? Yes, no, maybe. The second one, should First Nations jurisdictions to pursue at all costs in the new legislation, despite the limitation that may be imposed by provinces, territories? Yes, no, maybe. I'd like to add also federal. Sometimes, we have a national defense base or something like this. And the word bubble. What are your key concerns about transboundary jurisdictions considerations? Wow. 23 yes with the new legislation, 1 no, and 5 maybe. To the second question, the same pattern, 20 in favor, 2 against, and 5 maybe. Oh, where Christian is asking for the code and the link, Evan, can you provide him with?
Yeah, that's no problem. I'll get that right now.
Okay.
Oh, Jen just put it in.
Okay, thank you, Jen. And we see all the concerns about transboundary jurisdictions. And we can all appreciate that all those things will not happen overnight, but it's time for us as First Nations to get involved and to protect our own water. Because I like what I read, water is not, water is not a commodity, so we really have to stand and protect it. So Evan, I think on this we can move to, because we have a good cruising speed, so we should move to the next presentation. The next presentation is on financing feedback from the 2019 engagements. And I would like to call upon again, Lorraine, to make the presentations.
Okay.
Let's go, Lorraine. I heard a lot about the funding and financing, so people are pretty interested in, especially in this presentation.
Okay, yes, the next key topic, financing. Financing safe drinking water and wastewater. The repeal and replacement of the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act is an opportunity for First Nations to work with the Crown to create a new approach to finance water and wastewater infrastructure using new hybrid financing models, or relying on existing funding arrangements. The issue of how to implement and transition in an orderly and predictable manner into a new funding approach with the consent of First Nations is complex. How do First Nations create a structure that the Crown can and will support, which does not compromise our own values and priorities? Numerous questions would have to be addressed, but the assumption is that First Nations seek their own institutions to manage their own affairs, including the provision of safe drinking water and adequate sanitation. In the feedback from the 2019 engagements, we discussed these three options. Not favored was don't address financing mechanisms. Also create a national funding mechanism such as FNII or similar regarding water to apply to all First Nations under legislation too close to status quo, so just somewhat favored. And the second option, create a partial funding arrangement that defines principles and approaches or commitment to actual cost funding and assessment management, but does not define specific processes for financing, also somewhat favored. So we're going to show another video from a subject matter expert, Kevin Page, on financing. He'll introduce himself and fill you in on what he has to say about financing.
Thank you, Lorraine.
I think you're muted, Luke.
Oh, I keep forgetting. Yeah, I was telling that funding is such a sensitive issue, and I really enjoyed the last comment of Mr. Page when he said the funding formula should be included in this new legislations. Anyway, so I need somebody with a strong voice, somebody who hasn't spoken, to read the for discussion, the new legislation should. So who would like to read? Do we have any women in our group? I would like to hear from a women, because especially the special relationship between water and women. No? So any volunteer who would like to read?
Michaela?
Ah,
Yeah, I could read it.
okay, great.
1 second, I just gotta. So for the discussion, the new legislation should create a funding arrangement mechanism that defines approach and principles. It should include funding mechanisms that commit to funding water and wastewater in its entirety. Example, true cost that eliminate competitive funding and evolve based on community needs.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot. Evan, can you show us the questions? Aha. So we have 2 questions and one in the word bubble. Another reader, please, to read the questions, and then we'll open the floor. Any volunteer? Somebody who hasn't spoken yet.
Question, Cheyenne Anderson. I'll read it.
Okay, great.
It says, do you agree with that new legislation should create a funding arrangement mechanism that defines and approaches and principles? Sorry. It should include funding mechanisms that commit to funding water and wastewater in its entirety, e.g. true cost, that eliminate competitive funding and evolved based on community needs. Yes, no, maybe. And then the question is, should a national funding mechanism be created to fund water and wastewater, or is this too close to how things are done already? And then it's yes, it should. No, it's too similar to things are done, and it's not sure. And then the word bubble is, what are your key concerns about including funding and finance in the new legislation?
Thanks a lot for reading. So the floor is open, and I guess you have comments about funding because it's such a sensitive issue. Oh, who would like to go first? Do you have enough funding in your community? Is there First Nations who can say we have enough funding? I'll be surprised though. I'll be happy but surprised. So just raise your hand.
For those who can't find the raised hand feature, it's along the bottom of your screen. You should see the word reactions. If you click on that, one of the options in there is raise hand.
Thank you. Irving, do you have any idea, only in Manitoba, what kind of funding is needed? No, we may have a kind of a ballpark for Canada, but only for Manitoba. Do we have any indication how much money is required?
Billions.
Billions?
It's the same all over, Luke. The funding is so underfunded, underprovided everywhere in not only water and wastewater, but in all areas of infrastructure, all of the assets. So, you know, to that effect, we are trying to do a national infrastructure assessment of what that number might be. Canada, Indigenous Services Canada, has never done a national assessment. It did an assessment on water and wastewater many years ago, 2011. And the number they came up with was $4 billion over the next 10 years. And we're already 10 years already, and we know we haven't received $4 billion in water and wastewater funding in the past 10 years. We've received 1.8 billion budget 2016, maybe a little bit more after that. But so there is a great need for infrastructure assets and the O&M, operation maintenance, to support those assets. We have received, First Nations have received some funding on the fall economic statement for water and wastewater. And previous to that, budget 2019, they've also announced a considerable amount of funding for O&M for water and wastewater only. And it's supposed to be, this year was supposed to be the first year for it, $80 million nationally, going up to 126 million, I think, eventually ending up, can't remember what number is, 284 million extra. The point is that the new funding announced in the fall economic statement and the budget 2019, our federal partners tell us it's 4 times the amount that First Nations are getting now, but hasn't flowed yet. This year's money hasn't flowed yet, but we can look forward to some relief in the O&M funding coming up next year in the following years under A-base. In other words, it will be A-based, not proposal funding. It will be part of the funding that First Nations will get. One of our major efforts is to advocate First Nations moving to a full asset management planning approach. And I know there's a lot of that going on in Manitoba, First Nations. And the point there is to find out exactly what it costs to run an asset, not what ISK provides under the cost reference manual. So we believed we were working with the feds on moving to 100% funding of O&M of operation and maintenance, including water and wastewater. When we asked them for some clarification on this latest funding, they said, yes, it's 100% funding. And then they said, of the current cost reference manual numbers.
Oh,
Fictitious, or I wouldn't say fictitious, but they were developed 20 years ago by some consultant in Toronto. So that was a bit of a setback, but we're pushing forward for 100% of actual O&M costs. And we know that's going to be a big number, billions of dollars. But that's the only way to do it. In order to protect First Nations assets, protect what the federal government calls their investment, you need to have adequate full funding of operation maintenance. Thanks.
thank you, Irving. So I'd like to hear some reaction because what Irving just said is a major. Yeah, Councillor from Thompson.
I just had a question. The dollar amounts, you're talking about millions here. Is that national or
Yes.
us here in Manitoba?
Yes, it's national. So it's the first cut of around 80 million would be allocated to the various regions. They always tell us based on need, I guess, not on population or number of First Nation.
The reason why I asked the question is because when we went online with our water and wastewater, ISK didn't know how to fund us properly. It's still ongoing talks. We're going now on the second year, I believe, coming to the end of the first, going on to the second, and ISK doesn't know how to fund us properly. I mean, one thing is even trying to get the proper staff or enough staff in place to at least manage internally. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Absolutely true. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I said it earlier, but I wish you the best with your First Nations and to any other First Nations, but I can understand what you are going through.
I think Wayne had his hand up a while ago.
Yeah, Wayne, sorry. So you're the next speaker.
Yeah, I was just listening, and I wonder if those budgets they came up with are reasonable, because we all got aging infrastructure. With the aging infrastructure, you're going to have higher O&M costs. And, there's no way that you can isolate O&M costs when it comes to aging infrastructure, because you're going to have a lot more broken pipe, freeze ups, that sort of thing.
Irving, do you have any information to share about this?
Didn't quite get the point there, Luke.
Can you repeat, Wayne, please?
Yeah, with respect to the aging infrastructure, like buried pipe, because it's aging, it's going to require more O&M, because the pipes are going to burst, they're going to freeze, they're going to, they'll be aged, and then it's going to require a whole replacement of the existing infrastructure. And there is no real balance in how would one figure out how many pipes are going to break in a certain year, because your age infrastructure, if it's not replaced after 20 years.
That's right, and that's what we're advocating. First Nations move toward the determining what their costs are in all the assets, including buried underground infrastructure. What are the likelihoods, and going through. One of the things that we use is the industry accepted standards. There's a couple of sources that are available that industry has developed, and you can refer to those, because they basically look at what does it cost to repair a meter of pipe underground, or what does it cost to maintain a water treatment plant. RS Means, I was just trying to think of the name. RS Means company, and that's their business. That's all they do is to develop estimates of what it costs to maintain infrastructure. And I think another one is Hanscom company. But the move towards full asset management planning requires you to do that. It's not saying, well, I'm going to get another $37,000 next year for my water treatment plant, whether it's a membrane plant or slow sand filter. You will be looking at what it costs to operate that particular type of water treatment system, what it really costs. And the numbers that are coming up with are eye-opening.
Yeah, well, there's not only that, you got the introduction of new environmental problems such as the zebra mussels. You know, it wasn't anticipated that they would be reaching Manitoba so soon, but they are here. They're already reaching, gone through the land and up through the bay already.
Yeah, and there's a threat of going up the diversion channels. So yeah, that zebra mussels are just terror on the intakes and getting into all kinds of water systems. And they say they clean up the water, but it's not the kind of cleaner you want in your water system.
Is it a problem that a large number of First Nations in Manitoba are facing or might face in the near future, Irving?
Absolutely, it's a reality in the South, the reality in the U.S. It's moving up to the north, and I mean, as much as the conservation authorities try to limit transfer of waters between lakes, cleaning their boats and all that, it's really a tough thing to do. And as Counselor says, it's already in Lake Winnipeg, getting close to those diversion channels.
So it's a problem that also municipalities are facing, huh?
Absolutely, yeah.
We were talking about transboundary before, you know, so this is a practical situation.
Yeah, mussels don't care about transboundary.
Yeah.
Go wherever they want. Yeah. Those are invasive species that are becoming a real problem.
Mm.
And we're never part of the design. So the design was 20 years old. Now you have zebra mussels clogging your intakes, getting into your systems.
Where are they coming from? Europe or
Came from
Asia?
Europe.
From Europe.
They hitched a ride on one of the boats in the ballast.
I see.
And what ships do as a practice when they get into the St. Lawrence Seaway, they discharge their ballast they brought over from Europe and everything else that's in it.
Wow. I will check them because my reserve is close to St. Lawrence Reserve, St. Lawrence River. So I'll check the boat to make sure they don't do it to you guys.
Stop the boat.
I'll talk to the captains. We still have 2 minutes on this our breakout. I don't know if you have any other comments you would like to share with us. Somebody we haven't heard from yet. No. I'd like to know how is it in either your organizations or community. Oh, we have 50 seconds left. Anybody who would like to take advantage of those 50 seconds? So after the plenary, we'll have another presentation on standards and regulations. And I would just remind you that also at the end, we'll have this round table. So you have a chance to also give your impression, questions, or comments.
Melissa, you just have to unmute yourself there. Bottom left-hand corner on Zoom, you just click the mute button. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, can we hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so welcome back, everybody. Our next discussion item is going to be on not transboundary governance. It's funding, actually. Financing safe drinking water and wastewater. And so here we're looking at, and we heard some discussion on this. Again, if you look at the slide in your PowerPoint ahead of time, Lorraine had shared some of the models that were talked about, or the options that were talked about back in 2019. And one of the more favored one was creating a funding arrangement or mechanism that defines approaches and principles. And those should include funding mechanisms that commit to funding water and wastewater in its entirety, the true cost. So those of you that are familiar with the way funding is now, it's formula-based, not necessarily for the current needs of the local level versus, and I believe it's only at 80% in some cases, and maybe even lower than that. So it's looking at a funding mechanism, again, that commits to the true costs and determining what those are, and then eliminating that competitive funding. Because again, when you think about that, whether that's a proposal-based opportunity or whether it's trying to seek capital funds for new infrastructure at the regional level, you know, again, you're based on a list. So you're dealing with all those different pieces. And so a funding mechanism that really looks at full funding, not having that competitive process, and it's evolved around community needs. And I'm opening it up for discussion on your thoughts on that.
Maybe I'll take a first crack at that, and then people can come in later on. As funding is very important. I would say my research work that I've done for some years now on waste management, that's a key part as well. The funding formula, the structure that needs to be there to get funding to communities. And as you said, in some communities, as I found, it's about 80%. In some communities, 60%. In some communities, they're not even aware of how the funding even comes in because it comes as a bulk funding, and the chief and council would have to decide what they're going to use that particular kind of funding for, right? So yeah, I totally agree that there should be some mechanism in there with regards to funding. However, my big suggestion would be it shouldn't be locked in such a way that the federal government is supposed to pay, for example, say $100, just an example, say, to First Nations or Indigenous people, and that will be it. It should be a way where it should be able to be reviewed depending on inflation, depending on how demands are in communities and the extent to which communities will be able to meet their needs, right? It should be, would I say prorated? I don't know if that's the right word, but it should have that structure where it's not fixed, right? It's supposed to vary depending on needs in communities. Having said that, how does that bring the issue of governance, the issue of deciding who to do what and what to be done? Will the government be willing, if they are paying that much, say that, okay, communities can have all these big decisions? Because we know that this subtle, accusations of various communities not utilizing their monies very well in ways that the federal government wants them to use it. So in my mind, it will be like, will the government be willing to relinquish a lot of power, let me put it that way, power to First Nations to make those big decisions if they're going to commit this amount of money or huge amounts of money every year to communities? And I'm not saying this and forgetting about the Indian Act and what the government has promised and the things and their fiduciary responsibilities. I know all of that, but I'm just thinking from this other angle. If this much, as I'm suggesting, should be paid to First Nations, Indigenous organizations to deal with water issues, to what extent will the government be willing also to give power to be able to give governance decision making or huge governance decision making to communities to make sure that things are working well for communities. So that will be my first take on it.
Okay, thank you for your feedback. Is there anybody else that would like to share their thoughts on this issue? Something in the chat, where would the responsibility lie when it comes to submitting a proposal to government? How would implementation and accountability be addressed? These are questions to consider too when discussing possibilities of water governance. So again, the issue of responsibility for submissions of funding to government. The Water Governance Committee.
And Melissa, if I'm able to add a few things here as well. So thinking through what I said earlier, right, and what was posted on the chat, the big question becomes the approach to it. If it's being collaborative, as we had seen in the one of the videos, right? If it's being a collaborative approach, if it's going to be a national approach or a regional approach, would also determine how the funding would be structured. And the big question would be, are communities or will First Nations also be contributing? If it's collaborative in nature, will First Nations be willing to also contribute towards improving water infrastructure and facilities in communities?
Okay, so you're posing that question just to consider for the people. Okay.
There is one
Hello,
method.
you know what?
I think we'll get Lorraine to answer, and then we'll go to Oscar.
Okay, I'll be quick then. There's just one method that has been discussed through AFN and ISK is asset management program that it allows to if you put in all the information, you can get all the funding amount that you will need, and it accounts for the amount you'll need in the future too, like roof replacement or pipe replacement or something like that. So that's one of the methods that have been discussed with the government.
Sorry to follow up, Lorraine. So is it something you could share with us so we can use, or it's something that is just exclusive to communities?
There has been communities that they've been called pilot projects by AFN and ISK, where they're using the asset management to show that all the funding can be addressed in this program, so like the government would be able to provide all the funding and earmark funding that would be needed in the future.
Okay, so there's a pilot project ongoing, is that right?
Yes, across Canada, yes. And the project is getting bigger.
Good. Well, if there's any sources you think we can read from, well, as an academic, I like to see some of these things and then be able to examine them. So if you could share any of them on the chat or maybe later on in emails, that would be great.
Okay,
Well,
I'll have to look around for it. So I'm gonna put your name down and and forward when I can find it. I don't have it.
I will send you a direct email. Sorry, I'll send you a direct message with my email as well, so that if you can forward that to me once you have that.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for those questions. go to alternate.
Pilot project you're talking about, sorry, what was the pilot project again?
It's called the Asset Management Project.
Asset. Okay. All right. You know, actually, yeah, it'd be nice to create a funding arrangement. I would love that. And like what Anderson was saying is that what will First Nation contribute? It's pretty much all we've been doing is for contributing to whatever project that happens in the community. It's always the First Nation, and like what the facilitator was saying, all the funding that we get from INAC, it's never 100%. It's 60 or 80, and then we use that 60 or 80 to try and maximize our benefits in the whole community, not just in one particular area. And sometimes it's okay, what's more important right now to do, and which ones can we wait? It seems like that's how we work. Sometimes this don't work well with Indian Affairs, and I bet you that a lot of ways a First Nation goes into a deficit because of this shortage of funding. A big issue to deal with everything, not just the water, includes everything. So I think we should have that mechanism that will define our funding mechanisms. But that'd be nice, because it's never good for us, whatever the decision is made. And I know that like for us in our community and with Island Lake, there's like 4 reserves. We had a big project a few years back, and I think we have a lot of houses, very close to 100% of all houses are now connected. And it was a group effort where the funding was pulled together to bring running water to all the homes in Island Lake, and that was done with all the communities working together. And but one of the things that that was put upon us was that First Nation had to contribute. So half of my fan base was taken to help with this project. So like we've always contributed with whatever comes our way. It's always okay, how much are you going to spend in order for us? Or sometimes there'll be a contribution between federal and provincial government, and then one of the amount contributes. So this project sits in the shelf for many years until, I don't know, until somebody says okay, yes, to contribute on the funding. So yeah, we great to have this funding arrangement available to create. Thank you.
Thanks, Doctor. So recommendation here for the true costs that be supplied based on experience and feedback. I'm going to go to one more person here before we're going to finish off here. I see Merle. Merle is on the line. I recall you from the pre-engagement session. Can you share a little bit of your thoughts on this?
Well, you know, a lot of it is based on free information and obtaining it. Right now, I'm just joining in newly to this perspective and taking down a lot of information as I'm going. I guess one of the problem is information being accessed, not only to on-reserve, but to off-reserve peoples as well. So I'm enjoying this conversation and taking notes.
Okay, thank you. The floor is open for another comment. We have a shy group. And if
Yeah,
you don't
that-
feel comfortable in the room, you can actually type your thoughts as well. So going down the list, there's quite a few I have not heard from. I'm not sure if they're there. I see Alana, a Lynette, a Melanie Harper. Do any of these ladies wish to share some information?
Yes, it would be nice to hear from more women, since women are the stewards of water.
I see a Betty, Sita, Tara Bird. Well, we have less than a minute now. So for those that have shared, thank you for providing your information or your feedback to this. And again, if it's not something you're comfortable sharing in the room, you can also put it in the chat, and as well sharing anything with your final comments in the roundtable at the end.
Yeah, and also in the Mentimeter, you can put your feelings in the Mentimeter also.
And I believe there may also be a email address at the end as well for you to email comments.
Great. Okay, looks like you can leave the breakout room now if you'd like.
And even after we have a short break, how much time do we have? I think we're doing pretty good, huh?
Yeah, the short break goes until 2 p.m.
Yeah. Wow, it's a clear yes. Do you agree that the new legislation should blah, 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 blah? 27. 0 for no and 1 maybe. 28, wow. And the next one, should the national funding mechanism be created to fund water and wastewater, or is it too close to how things are currently done? It's a more difficult one, huh? And your concerns? Yeah, I see funding formula coming up many times. So again, at this point, we will take a short break because we're part of the union, and we will resume at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you again. See you at 2 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed this break. Oscar, did you enjoy it? Hey, Oscar? I cannot hear you. You're muted. No, you're muted.
Hold on, I'll hello.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if you have had a chance to have a good coffee during the break.
Yes, I did.
Fantastic. So you have enough energies for the last stretch.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Great.
I kind of lost my video connection here. What did I do here?
Oh.
I can hear you. Where did I?
But I see
here it
you,
is.
Oscar. Do
Ah, there you
see
go.
me?
I got
Yeah?
you now.
Okay,
Yes,
fantastic.
I do. Now I see.
Okay, great. So stay with us. So we have another presentation. It will be the last presentations of the day, and it's the topic is standards and regulations. And we will call upon our best again. I mean, Lorraine. Lauren, would you like to walk us through this discussion?
Sure. Ensuring the provision of safe drinking water and sanitation. The operation of water and wastewater systems is a complex process, particularly for First Nations that are remote or that face complex issues such as source water contamination, rapid growth, and poorly designed systems facing their capacity. A fundamental question for the provision of safe drinking water is whether legislation makes it mandatory to meet certain minimum standards of water quality, operations, etc. If the legislation does not do this, then governments are required to try to deliver water quality that is of a certain quality set out in drinking water guidelines. Failure to attain these standards is not punishable as an offense of any kind unless the law says so. Therefore, creating standards for operations is necessary and will help First Nations avoid excessive liability and improve the level of services they can provide for their members. In the 2019 engagements, we discussed 4 options. Not favored were the options: set standards for operations that apply to all First Nations across Canada and do not address standards directly in the legislation or regulations. Somewhat favored was the option: define a process for creating regional local standards, but most favorable: define some national standards and delineate others for local or regional development. Okay, we have another subject matter expert, Phil Tangi, on standards and regulations.
Thank you, Lorraine. Hi, everybody. So this was the 5th presentations on standards and regulations. I think the presenter has went directly to the point. So we'll open the floor, but first, again, I'd like to have somebody who hasn't spoken yet to read the context for discussion. Who hasn't spoken yet and is prepared to read?
I can do it.
Fantastic. Tell me your name, though.
My name is Carol. I'm from Penimutang.
Great, Carol. So we'll listen to you.
Okay, for discussion, the new legislation should define some national standards and delineate others for local regional development, and must include reference to First Nation culture, laws, and spiritual relationship with water as being important components of the development of water standards.
Thank you, Carol. So this set the frame that our First Nations cultures, law, and spiritual relationship with water are being important components. So can we see the questions, please? Aha, another reader, please. A brave. Yeah? Who would like to volunteer? Wow.
Hi there. I can read for you if you like.
Yes, what's your name though?
Yeah, so my name's Eric Bush. I'm with a company that I put together called All About Water. I'm not part of the reservations or treaty, but we do help quite a bit in the Peguis area. So I've been really listening. I want to thank you all for allowing me to come and be a part of this. But at the first time here, I'll just read the questions and I'll be a little bit more involved.
Yeah, and Eric, we need your help. So
I've been really paying attention, and I got a few ideas I'd like to offer too. So, but
great,
at a later time here.
Yes. So now we are all listening to you.
Okay. So, question here: do you agree with all the new legislations should define some national standards and delineate others for local regional development? I move my screen here, and must include reference to the First Nations culture, laws, spiritual relationship with the waters, and being important components of the development of water standards? Yes, no, or maybe. In
Thank
the
you.
word bubble, we should be looking at what are your key concerns about standards and regulations in the new legislation.
Thanks a lot, Harry. What I
Yeah,
like with this kind of question is, you know, as First Nations, we say we would like to do things our way. So now, what about our laws and spiritual relationship with water? How should we use those components? So the floor is open. And again, you know, same procedures. After we'll go to plenary for the polling. Who would like to go first? Do you think it's important to reflect our laws and spiritual relationship with water? And if yes, do you have any practical examples? Who would like to go first? I'm checking the ends. Irving, again, you know, have you seen any First Nations using, you know, their proper cultural laws and spiritual relationship with water? You know, when you talk with them, you know, that's the way they want to proceed. Have you any practical example of any First Nations, not only in Manitoba, but across the country? You are muted, Irving.
I think the most common practice these days, and something that should be probably find its way into recognition, is the acknowledgement and the water ceremonies that are part of every meeting now. Every time we talk about water, water and wastewater environment, we request that we have elders. The big meetings, we ensure that we have a water ceremony. We recognize the importance of water and recognize the importance of women in as protectors of water. So as a recognition of long-standing traditional values, traditional practices, that is something we are seeing now. And also, there's also embedded language in some of the programs and policies now that the federal departments have recognized, and that's the making sure that traditional ecological knowledge or even TK traditional knowledge is included in any of the work that's being done in terms of consultations. Certainly, I think that should find its way, from my view anyway, in the legislation. That's got to be part and parcel of any activity involving water and wastewater. It's not a cut and dried technical approach. It has many other facets to it, which includes, as I said, the reverence of water and the importance of ceremony that goes with it. So I think even our federal departments are now into that mode. All our meetings having to do with water or the environment, they either acknowledge the territory or they ask somebody in the room to offer a prayer so that the whole discussion can be conducted in the right frame of mind. So I think it's has been building over the years. Specifically, I would have to be a student of a lot of legislations, but I know that TK is a big part of the work of many of the federal departments. Some federal departments are still not coming through. They still need to be educated in terms of reconciliation and all that. So and putting it in the law, in this legislation, would be a big step forward. in my opinion.
Thank you, Irvin. I have to say that I also share your opinion. And today, you know, as an example, we started this important meeting with an elder and a knowledge keeper. And I think that's the way to go. And we can give examples as well. Now, I would like to hear from you. This is our last breakout session. And I think it's an important one, you know. I'd like to have your comments. Just raise your hand or just talk. What do you think about the last presenter when he said, you know, all of it means nothing if the funding is not there? Do you agree with that? Mr. the Councillor from Thompson, I don't want to put you on the hot seat, but do you think that funding is important, even if we have the legislation, but if the funding is not there?
Yes, one thing that I took from the presentation was he's absolutely right. And that's one thing that's always on my mind is adequate funding. It seems like they make sure to underfund us and we don't succeed. Training is key. Circuit rider is involved with the First Nations in my area. I'm not sure how far they expand to, but circuit rider is sure a helpful resource, in my opinion. But with their recommendations, it seems it falls on deaf ears. But adequate salary is always on our minds as leadership for this community, and they're not being fair. But that's what is on my mind. Thank you.
And also, you know, the presenters said, you know, it was difficult to recruit new technicians, and he mentioned the youth. So what could be the main reason? Why is it so difficult to recruit new labor or technicians?
A lot of times, one of the funding difficulties is you have to be on the job. That's one of the requirements. You need to be on the job. And having our youth, I mean, this pandemic didn't help much. A lot of things became on a standstill, but it's ongoing. It's not being recognized enough to have safe drinking water, to have our youth involved. If there is funding and there is programs out there that do concentrate on our youth, it's just a commitment of understanding and being involved. And if they get the expertise and the training, a lot of times they look at other options to leave once they're trained. So keeping them is another issue in your community. And I think a lot of our laws internally, we're a Christian community here, not traditional, but a lot of our laws need to be documented and go on paper. A lot of them were just being taught down generation to generation verbally. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. Irving, I guess, you know, what the councillor was talking about, it's also something that you have seen all across the country, that difficulties to recruit and to keep people to retain them.
Definitely. Many years ago, we did a study of operator training, operator recruitment, retention and training. And that was around 2009. We submitted that to Indigenous Services, and they just basically shrugged their shoulders and thanks for the information. It hasn't changed that much. So it's always a problem with mainly recruitment and retention. And there's ways we can look at overcoming those. Obviously, salary comparability. The government talks about comparability, but they don't. How does the word go? They talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. Yeah, we understand it's important to retain your operators. They see, they understand, they commiserate with First Nations who have trained their operators to a level 2, 3, even 4, and then have them see them taken away by industry, by mines, resource companies, municipalities, and they start all over again. And then they put the First Nation into a drinking water advisory, a precautionary drinking water advisory, because they don't have a trained operator. So there's a multi-edged sword there that First Nations see. Good points about Phil talking about having more women in the industry and having a comparability, gender balance in that whole area. I've heard that there's a more likelihood of women to stay, mothers to stay in the community and not move because they have a vested interest in the community to first of all to protect water and also to be able to stay at home and be able to be in a place that they're comfortable. So there's areas of gender balance that would really help the operator situation. The other part is training. More and more positions require, some of them are at least grade 11, grade 12 to be an operator. So we need to have that training well ahead of time. Funding. So hopefully we're kind of hopeful that with the new funding announced for water and wastewater will include considerations for operator salaries, bring operator salaries so that they can be appreciated and stay around. So I think that's the closest, that's the nearest thing we can look forward to is the increase in the O&M funding. Yeah, so it's nationwide. Those issues are communities of large First Nations in the Southern Ontario, all over. They have the same issues about retaining operators and getting operators. So, thank you.
Thank you, Irving. I guess working all together will give us more leverage than going nation by nation. Cheyenne, I like your comment. I would like you to explain, the group, what you wrote. I can read. If funding isn't available, we can't move forward. We can come up with plans, but money is the main motivator in this situation. If we had proper funding, proper training could be provided.
Mm-hmm.
So it echoes what we have heard so far, but can you add a little bit more? Tell us how it is in Fairford First Nations. Cheyenne, you are muted. Okay, perfect. Okay, Cheyenne, we're listening to you. Cheyenne, you are muted. Being from off reserve, I can only go by what I have experienced. There only been a handful of people. Can you read what Cheyenne wrote? The other people. All right.
So we do have a couple people on the call who are on phones, so they wouldn't be able to necessarily read, but I'll read it out loud.
Why not?
So Cheyenne said, being from off reserve, I can only go by what I've experienced. There's only been a handful of people who've operated the plant.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And the people who are on the reserve, what kind of situation are you facing? Christian, what is the situation in your First Nations?
In my experience, I lived on and off reserve. And you look at the different parameters, you get people that benefit that live on reserve, and then when you're an off reserve member, you don't reap those certain benefits that those ones that are on reserve get. Well, for instance, when flooding dollars comes in, you got off reserve people that don't have houses here, and you see how certain people benefit more than others. Like that's what that is really an imbalancement. Like when you get the off reserve and the on reserve people, like who's gonna benefit and who's in power, who's your chief, who's your counselor, how doors open for certain individuals if they have elected members. And those are the things that should be explored, like why is it certain off reserve members benefit while others have to suffer in the long term, and then their families. Like my grandmother was murdered in 1971, and to this day, not one of my family members owns a house in the community. They always say, well, we'll help you, we'll give you a house. Then once that election happens, there's no house there. So where do we go in terms of where we're gonna stay? So trying to break the shell open, the Indian Act has been a bunch of broken, empty promises fulfilled, and then to move forward with this water and waste, how do we come together? They said unity. Well, if there's no unity, you might as well say that circle's broken.
Yeah, thank you, Christian. You know, it's between amongst ourselves and among First Nations, we keep hearing it that the circle is probably broken, and so I think this should be something. It goes beyond the issue of today. I agree, but as we said, if we have no funding, we cannot really go forward. And now, even if we have the funding, but if our communities are broken like this, it might be also another obstacles to move forward. I don't know. Do you have any suggestions? I'm sure there is a First Nations in Manitoba where things are different. I'd like to hear from your own experience. This might help other First Nations. Wayne?
Yeah, I got a comment with regards to even retaining people. It's just, there's no money. You got a plant operator now, you got an assistant who's get the necessary training, but you got no money to even think about succession.
Yeah.
Mm. I'd like also to ask the question, we spoke a little bit about it, you know, as operators. Do you have many women who are operators in Manitoba, in your First Nations? Irving, do we have any data on it?
No, we don't have data on how many, what the split is between male and female operators. But I know there's female operators in Manitoba. We honored one of them at one of our water symposium back in November 20, 19, I guess.
Cool.
Yeah. So, and there's well, our co-moderator, co-chair is Laurie Bova. Previous to joining the AFN, she was, or she is still class 4 water operator and a class 2 wastewater operator and many others across the country, but definitely not parity, not comparable parity, but certainly something that needs to be promoted in terms of yesterday was the International Year of the Women, International Women Year. And we all need to be part of that in providing the opportunities and providing the support for, gender balance. The 52% of the women in the world, 50% of population of the women are women in the world. So, it shouldn't be hard to find filling those positions.
And especially I heard many times talking about the difficulties to recruit operators. So I don't know if, maybe more energy should be invested in recruiting women.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, Mr. Councillor Thompson, it might be helpful to try to recruit more women?
I agree with the concept. More women need to be involved, but you need to educate. You need to educate your band members internally to give them that opportunity. This is where the funder needs to come in and identify the proper funding in place where you have the opportunity to educate your band members. Like I said earlier, we just started having water and pipe wastewater going on 2 years now. We have an individual, Aaron Pronto, he's on the line right now, that has his grade 12, that has his driver's license, and he was actually considered from leadership to be involved from the building foundation building onward. And there was some benefits there where he was part of building our facility. We have 2 water treatment plants. We have another water plant that's adjacent to our school. There's no homes that are hooked up, just 4 buildings that are teacherages and 1 house and our daycare. But moving forward, I think you need to have that education and you need to have that communication with your community internally to give them those options. But I mean, our hands are always tied when the funding comes in. There's only certain criteria that you need to follow. We have a bottling plant before we moved into our new area. But I agree, I think it's time that we bring in our females to help monitor, because a lot of times in our communities, the commitment is not there from people that are trained. They usually have other interests, so they lose interest. A lot of times it makes me think, if we're using provincial standards, well, how come we're not funded provincially, at least in accordance to salary? But I agree. I think we need more involvement and more communication. We talk about communication internally. I think those avenues need to be more and more each time to benefit each community.
And again, based on your experience, if people, if you have this kind of turnover, what is the main reason? The presenter talk about the salary, that people are unpaid and we are expecting a lot of them. Do you think those are the main reasons in your community, that it's difficult to keep people, to retain them?
Yeah, because you got to make the funding that each community is funded basically on population. And one thing that they don't do is increase when our population increases. They don't increase those dollars. There is dollars for proposal. A lot of things are going proposal driven. But I'm just saying you need to be more open. The funder needs to be more open and understanding. As you heard Irvin saying, a lot of times we got a slap in the hand. No, you can't do that. Things need a change, and I think unity is key. Us working together and making sure that those legislations are enforced and pushed by First Nations. And Councillor Thompson is from Little Saskatchewan First Nation, not Thompson. Thank you.
Because it says Council Thompson, so I thought it was your First Nations. That's why. Sorry about
that's it. That's my last name. That's my last name.
Councillor Thomas, I got it. Never too late, huh? Oh, we're told 2 minutes before we go back. I just have a quick
Thank you.
question. Do you have any, you have tribal councils in Manitoba. Is it the way to share, you know, the services amongst First Nations who are part of a tribal council? Could it be a solution?
It was at one time, but now I understand the tribal councils are way underfunded.
Oh, I see. So it's the same disease all over. So again, in 1 minute, you know, they will take us back to the plenary for the polling. And again, as I did before, I want to thank you. It was great being with you. And I am confident that we will find solutions. We have no choice, and but it's not easy, but I think we are all determined to find solutions for our own people. So again, thank you. And I just want to say, I'll repeat it after, but we will have a round table, and everybody will be invited to talk with the talking stick. And so there will be a question. So don't go away. I want you in this round table. So thank you. See you back in a few seconds in the plenary.
Just a maybe final comment, Luke.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Irving.
In terms of pulling together, some tribal councils in Ontario have started these hub models, and Phil Tangi, I believe he's one of the groups that have developed those hub models where they provide those services to their tribal council members. So it could be 6, 7, or 8, 9 members. They pull their operators together, and they provide services to those member First Nations. Doesn't have to be that First Nation, doesn't have to be from that First Nation that they're going to, but they're all part of that tribal council. So the feds are supporting that approach, and something probably to look at. Atlantic region, you probably have heard, is moving forward on the First Nations water initiative, where they're going to be taking over water and wastewater facilities for most of Atlantic region. The chiefs have BCR supported them to take that over, take that headache away from the First Nations, an organization that will take the liability, have the insurance, and take over that. So,
Luke, when you're ready, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can you hear me all right? I'm gonna have to put my phone a little closer.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great, wonderful. Okay, so we just heard a good video and explanation from Phil Tangi on standards and regulations. So the floor is open now to have the discussion. The discussion is looking at 4 standards and again based on because this is a question that was posed in the 2019 engagement sessions, and the one that was deemed a little bit more favorable than the rest was to define some of what national standards might be and define others and leave those for determination at the local and regional development. So some national and some local or regional standards. And it has to include reference to First Nations culture, laws, spiritual relationship with water as being important components on the development of water standards. So thinking of that model of how standards should be applied, standards and regulations, does that make the most sense to you? That there be some for national, where there's opportunity for higher levels development, and then leaving some of those for the local and regional to establish. And again, he gave examples of what some of those might include. But again, at the end of the day, what I heard from his video was that, you know, standards require funding to provide for upgrades, for O&M, for salaries, etc. That you have to ensure that the funding is attached to those so that you can be compliant once those are in place. and that for the most part, many of us follow the existing provincial ones. So food for thought there. And what are people's thoughts on this based on your experience with water in the community? Maybe this might be an opportunity for some of our water operators to share their thoughts on what they believe, what they think with this. So again, new legislation for this model, would it, again, opportunity for development of some national and some local and regional. I'm going to go to Alex with Lake St. Martin. What are your thoughts as an operator on this?
Well, as an operator, yeah, like the
Alex,
standards
can you turn up your volume just a little bit?
Okay, can you hear me a little better now?
Yeah, I think that's a little better. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely like we're following the standards that are set out by the province, and with the technology we have in our water treatment plant and wastewater plant, that's not an issue with us to meet those standards. Every place is different, but the problems I'm facing right now mostly is the people who are interested in becoming operators. As he mentioned in the video, there's not enough younger generation who even meet the requirements nowadays. Like I think right now to become a certified operator, you have to have a grade 12. And then the requirements we require is that you have to have a driver's license and a vehicle, because it's not, you know, I'm not going to pick up somebody and drop them off every single day, you know, when I have other things to do. But like for the standards, I believe that can work in certain areas, because not every water treatment plant's the same. Not every operator gets paid the same. Like right now I'm like a one-man show here in Lake St. Martin, even though there's a water treatment plant and a wastewater plant that I'm watching both, and then there's lift stations and fire hydrants, and there's just a lot of work to do, but I'm only one guy and there's supposed to be more people, but we just aren't able to fill those positions because of, I guess, just lack of interest. I don't think most of them are interested, or when they are interested, they're kind of already defeated by the exam and training processes that come about when you have to become an operator. Like I didn't have a problem. I've like a lot of people when they live on reserve most of their lives, they usually just end up doing fishing and all that kind of stuff, and it kind of takes away from their education. And a lot of them can't meet these standards that the government has set out, like just as an individual themselves. But like as a water plant operator, like I know there can be more to be done to meet the local standards of the indigenous community, you know, in the different reserves. There's a lot of other reserves, they don't have the type of water treatment processes that can meet the provincial standards, and this way, and you know, like they're, and and he talked about women becoming more involved. I went to those water treatment plant those water symposiums there a couple of years, and I only seen a few women, and as I'm learning more and more every day about this stuff, that women are stewards of water. So, you know, like I think there just got to be more of that involved. Like training is not an issue, I don't think, because there is training training available through, I got trained through Ken Matz. I don't know if you guys know who Ken Matz is, but he got me training, and they have a pretty good training program that's offered through Red River College. And there's just, yeah, I think it comes locally mostly for the standards. And as an operator, I know that I understand some aren't getting paid as they should, and then that kind of makes them lose drive to do the job more efficiently, because they're if they feel like they're not getting paid enough for what they do. And I've seen that, and like I'm getting an all right amount of pay right now for what I do, but I'm alone right now, and my coworker just his vehicle broke down now, so I'm like kind of left in the water by myself right here. So yeah, like there's just so many things that could be talked about, but those are just some thoughts on the top of my head for this time.
Thanks for your feedback, Alex. Again, so when you go back and look at that option in the slide before this here, it talks about, again, for this option here, it states, one of the pros for this area is if properly implemented, it can capture some of the best elements of the other options, 1 and 2, to adopt certain measures, whether it's through water quality requirements for drinking water or engineering standards, which are universally supported as national standards, and then others which might be like source water planning, which may, more call for some of that local input, and then support more innovation. And it could be respectful of autonomy of First Nations and single uniform standards for all elements. Some of the cons for this option could also be, again, maybe difficult to reach agreement on what elements could be national and what are local. But it's having that conversation, right, on how that would work. So some feedback there to get you started on that. I lost the slide. Is there anybody else like to
just give me a minute, I'll
about
bring up the slide and the options again.
Okay. Yeah, so I was just referring to this one again. And again, based on the feedback from the 2019 engagements, again, the most favored one there was option 4. And I was sharing again some of those pros and cons for that option. And again, it's for feedback, additional feedback at this point here for people to think about and provide their thoughts on this area.
I have a question. When you're talking about national standards, and I'll call it regional or provincial standards, my understanding is that there is a provincial standards that everybody follows, and I think that's what our operators follow when they go to those seminars with water and wastewater. What are they called again? That's with Ken Matz. Those people, they follow those standards for the provincial. And my thinking is that there's not really a national standard, and that all First Nations live in the national communities, in the reserves. They're all run by and funded through national. So everything is adopted using provincial regulations to follow the water and wastewater standards that we follow. Is that correct, or I wonder if that's how we follow? And then I guess we should have some kind of a more, if we follow national standards, what they look like. are they more of a mirror to what provincials and I'm not 100% sure, but I think each province has its own standards. But I might be wrong, because I think because of what the issue we had with Ontario, I think maybe it was brought across all the provinces to follow that standard to have that safe drinking water. But in my mind, national and provincials are two different things. I'm not sure how regulated nationally it is, and I know that provincially it is, because we follow the same thing as what Lake St. Martin was talking about. We get reports from our I'll call them circuit riders. They used to be called circuit riders. They're water and wastewater something. But we follow the standards. They provide reports. We give them water samples, and they provide us reports, and then they visit our sites and tell us like, what we need to fix, and then we look for money to fix it. A lot of times, very hard to look for that money that not readily available. And I know a while back we had our technical service officer provided me with the kind of a budget breakdown on how much I should spend from the funds we get from the federal, I guess. There's like a certain amount of money that you spend that you're given annually, and then in there it shows you where and how to spend it. And there's a line item for operators, how much we should pay the operators. That I'm following, but my operator still complains I pay him too, not enough. And I'm hoping that he can upgrade himself too, in the same level as what Phil Tangi was saying, which is level 4 operator. I'm hoping he can get to that level too, and then we, I don't know, maybe salary will be quite significant. And also, we also do have that issue in our community where there's not enough interest. I have posted to have more operators because of, well, two things. Is that in that budget that I received, it shows to have a secondary and primary operators. So you should always have 2 operators working at the same time. And also, most recently, during this COVID issue, it stated that we should also try and have extra operators available, just in case the current ones are not available to operate due to the pandemic. So, and I have asked people who, if they're interested, and I've gone through the same thing, is that not enough interest, and maybe not enough money available for them to be interested. Maybe we can boost them up to get them more interested. But one thing I haven't really focused on, but I've done this in many other projects, other programs I ran, which is to get women involved with a lot of areas that I work in. And this is one thing I haven't really touched on with the operators, is trying to push those females or women to get involved with being an operator. Maybe something I can look at too is try to get those guys available or work in that field. I've done it with heavy equipment operators. I've got lots of women operators, carpenters too, and something to look at into also is with operators, to have women operators available for our community. Yeah, and yeah, we should have some defining standards for the national level on how we should run our water plants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Oscar. Is there anybody else that would like to provide some feedback on this issue?
Currently, the operators go by the Indigenous Services Canada Protocol for Centralized Drinking Water Systems, which states that to go by the federal or provincial standards, whichever is more stringent, and for most of the provinces, it's provincial. and at the same time, the provincial standards can't, I mean, the protocol says they have to be followed, but on the other hand, they're not enforced yet. So, and then there's also the APIs, the annual performance inspections in there, and in the protocol, and then the protocol, and then when the inspector comes, he goes by the federal standards. So it's kind of goes back and forth there. Operators, take pride in complying with the standards. So it probably would be nice to get a set standards.
All right, I'm going to go down the list here. There's a number we have not heard from that have been in this room. Who's Betty? I see Betty's iPad listed here. I don't know if she's joined or online. I also see an Ed and Betty disappeared. Oh, there she is speaking. There we go. Hello, Betty. We can hear you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Betty, go ahead.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Just one moment, please.
I don't know how you do it.
You guys disappeared on us, and I wanted to see that question.
There you go.
Hello.
Oh my.
Yeah, Betty, if you're on an iPad, you should be able to swipe left and right with your finger. And as
Left to right?
Yes, swipe left or right with your finger, and as you do that, you should be able to see the slide with the question.
Hello. Oh, there we did. I think we got it. That's that define some national standards and delineate others for local regional development. That's the one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now we can't hear you. Hopefully you can hear me. But yeah, I am sitting here with a couple of my sisters, and we're listening, and we're talking amongst ourselves. And we're talking about the standards of for our community, because each community is different. And we were saying that they should have more training for our people here, our community members, because there's other people that come to work at our treatment plant. And those are people that some of them I don't think are trained.
Yeah, we heard that, Betty. You're still unmuted.
Hello.
We can hear you. Are you going to add any more? Where did she go? She disappeared.
Yeah, I think she muted herself, so maybe she was done.
All righty. I'm going to go down the list here. I see an Ed Soldier.
Ed, I just unmuted you. Are you there? Ed? No luck.
No. Okay, I'm going to go on next. I see Elora Anderson. Okay, next. Robert's spoken already a few times. I don't know if he stepped away. I don't see his camera on. Hi, Robert. Did you want to join in and share anything on this issue?
Let other folks speak. I've said enough.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go next. I see Lana. Not getting a response. How about Lynette? Is the Lynette online? Okay, I'm going to go to the chat. We received a chat from Roland Whiteway, who talked about one important topic on this part is keeping the water clean. Health regulations should be fully implemented. Lana is stating her internet is spotty, so we will go on to the next one. Merle, did you want to add anything to this discussion?
I hear about the operators needing their grade 12 to participate in the training. Does that include mechanical breakdowns and stuff like that, or is that opt out for outside private help?
I don't know if I can answer that question.
You need your grade 12 to get certification.
Yes, but as
And-
for the mechanical breakdowns, I mean, like, as you know, the operators are operating the equipment, but what happens if something fails is what I'm trying to get at.
You mean besides calling for, outside mechanical help?
Yes, like, is that something that they provide along with the training for an operator?
Well, yes, so the operator, well, you have to have the grade 12 to get certified and to get the training for certification. And the training for certification it includes, pump maintenance, water line maintenance, and filter maintenance and stuff like that.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if that it was going out to private outside help or not.
Well, yeah, if a First Nation, I know of First Nations that have no qualified operators that have to rely on outside sources.
Now, would that be extra education for that? As to going to university and taking up something
Well, it
along the
can,
lines?
but it doesn't require to get an operator in to become an operator in training. It requires a grade 12, high school diploma, but that's it. It requires a year of experience and working in the plant and to pass a test, but there's training for that test. So, and also for
we got somebody else.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, pretty much, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we also had another, Lana mentioned as well too, that when there's a mechanical breakdown in her community, they have to contract other sources to do that. So, and a lot of the training covers basic maintenance as well. So I'm going to keep going down the list here, and Sita has not shared anything. I don't know if he or she is available.
Hi, it's Sierra.
Okay, hi.
Hi, it's Sierra. Hi. I just wanted to add to something that Lana said, and I think other people have said, talking about the breakdowns and things like that, and having regional approaches. And it's actually something that I had a discussion with. I work for the Interlake Tribal Council, and I'm thinking that's Lana from Panay that was talking. But one of the things that one of the communities has approached me on is having some sort of a regional person trained for troubleshooting, for specific troubleshooting and monitoring some of the systems that we have in our communities that are similar. And it's something that I'm going to be looking into. Yeah, hi Lana. I thought that was you. So I mean, just it was just something that something that one of the communities had talked about, that a lot of the breakdowns and things, they don't like having to call in a troubleshooter from Winnipeg or from somewhere else. They'd rather have a regional troubleshooter available that's closer and that can work with them on a more regular basis. So that's something that we're gonna look into for our water treatment plants.
That's an
What are your-
excellent comment. Thank you very much. We're going to record that. Very good feedback. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What are your thoughts on the question, Tita, regarding the new legislation? Should it have some national and some local regional? And what might some of those be based on your experience?
I think all new legislation that affects our First Nation communities should have this should have these same standards. They should have local and regional development. There should be national standards, and it should incorporate culture, laws, and spiritual relationships with not just water. Well, we're talking about water, but with all of our land and resources. That's just my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. We
Excuse
have a
me.
Louise. Sorry?
Oh, I just wanted to add a little something to there.
Okay.
I was I haven't renewed my membership, but I was a part of the Manitoba Water and Wastewater Association also. They provide a lot of other little training like troubleshooting and that. You just got to they send me emails every once in a while saying that there's this new training they'll do confined space training, many other little safety training services and all that stuff that they can help operators with. And I've gotten a lot of little certificates on the side through them. So that's definitely something that people can look towards as an operator to, get employment and training services to help pay for your training, so that you can get these other things that that the regular training doesn't offer during the courses. That's just something I thought I'd throw in there.
Thanks for sharing that. Going to the chat option here. Okay. I believe, we got 1 minute, so if someone wants to talk real fast, if not, you can make your way back to the room. And I thank you for your feedback today in the small group sessions, everybody.
So, Irving, I just want to apologize. I like to say that it's not my fault. We
I was on a roll there.
Don't hold it against me.
No, you're the facilitator. I blame you for it.
I love my friends. So we have questions. The question is, do you agree with that the new legislation should define some national standards and delineate others for local regional development, and must include reference to First Nations culture, laws, and spiritual relationship with water as being important components of the development of water standards? So your question is yes, no, maybe. And I like the word bubble as well. What are your key concerns about standards and regulations in the new legislations? So we have a few minutes to address those questions. Wow, you're pretty quick. Do you agree that the new legislation should? And we have 26 yes, 3 maybe, 0 no. Oh, different presentations. Yeah, interesting comments. Thank you. So Evan, all those polling, results and the comments, will there be made accessible to the participants? Will it be on the website of the Assembly of First Nations, or? I know we have a note. I'm sorry.
Yeah, everything is being compiled for AFN. The notes, we have a note taker here today. We're also getting a full transcript. So everything that was said today and everything that was in the chat will be compiled and provided to AFN. And then I assume at some point AFN will probably generate some sort of final report. Is that right, Irving or Lorraine?
Final overall report for sure.
Okay. On this note, I would like to take a sec just to say thank you to Melissa. She is the official note taker of this session. So thank you, Melissa. It was good to have you on board. So for the next hour, I would like to invite you to a roundtable. And, we have had 5 very interesting and inspiring presentations, the videos and the discussions. I would like to know for you, and based on your situation and your aspirations or visions, what was the most important, which one, which topic spoke to you the most? And just, we see here on the screen, the first one was rights and responsibilities, water governance, transboundary governance, financing, and standards and regulations. So I would like to know which one is the most for you, the most priority or important, and why. Give me only one reason. And I think we are something like 48 participants. I would like everybody to take the time to speak, but also because of the large number, I will give you 1 minute and 21 seconds each. And in that 1 minute and 21 seconds, I would like you to take the talking stick. I don't know if you see the talking stick. Evan, can you show it?
Yes, I'm just gonna spotlight you here.
Okay, so I would like you to take the talking stick, virtually, and I would like you to introduce yourself, the name of your community or your organizations, and your role. And for the rest, which topic was the most important and one reason why. Okay, so who would like to be the first speaker? And I will pass the talking stick. Oscar, you want to be the first? The talking stick is for you.
I'll be the first. My name is Oscar McDougall. I'm from St. Theresa Point First Nation, a remote community northeast of Manitoba. I am the director for capital projects. I'm also the public works manager. My education is I am a civil engineering technologist, CET. So I look after all the capital and infrastructure in our communities. What piqued, actually everything piqued me on all the topics, but one that kind of throws at me is the rights and responsibilities. And one thing that I like is to be held accountable for what happens with our.
Thank you, Oscar. Who will be the next?
I'm done.
Thank you, Oscar. Maybe even we can look at the list of the participants and to go. And if you don't want to talk, feel free. Just say, I don't want to talk, but you have the chance to.
Okay, Luke, would you like to read out the names from the list?
Can you read them for me, and I will pass the talking stick.
Sure, I will try here. Okay, before we go down the list, is there anyone from AFN who would like to participate in the roundtable? Okay, so we'll go past AFN for now. If you want to come back in later, just let me know. So we're going to go to Eric from All About Water.
Eric, the talking stick.
Hi there, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So Thank you. I'm Eric Bush with my company called All About Water. I was invited here, I'm not sure by who, but we had specialized in water treatment on the Peguis and surrounding area. And I can really tell by all our conversations that this is a big, huge problem. And by what I also have seen, people are tired of waiting. And I just want to share what I've been doing with them. I like the standards and regulations is what really stood out to me. And one thing that I've noticed is people are tired of waiting. So is when we approach like going for a water treatment facility, is that like the only option, or can this also be tackled, by each household? One thing we've done is we have about 350 people that have already signed up with us, and we have provided treatment at each individual home because they already have a water source like a well. So, I was invited here maybe to just share that with you. Maybe there's other venues or different ideas that we can approach rather than just putting in a large facility, for a small number of people, like 150 people. There are other options out there. And at the same idea, like I'm just looking at costs, and I also think like it could also be cheaper, which maybe the federal government would maybe even be a little bit more enticed to help out with. So that's just my thoughts. I'd like to carry on with you guys and hear your opinions on that too. But yeah, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to this, and that's just a little bit about myself.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, we're gonna move on to Betty's iPad here. So if you want to go ahead and take the talking stick.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, we
Okay. Okay, I just want to say that I'm not familiar with the First Nations Water Act. And this program has been like an eye opener for me. And I just want to say that, I never really thought about the water issues, with the other communities. I think the only thing I know about is our water treatment plant. And we also have community members here that are not familiar with the Water Act, First Nations Water Act. And I think it would be a real benefit for them if we had workshops right in the community for the community members, so that they would be more familiar with that also. And another thing is that I think after the community members have their meetings, I think those ideas and the discussions that we would have should be turned over to Chief and Council. So this way they can forward those ideas, or if there's any solutions, they could forward them to the government, to the feds, so that we could maybe get more funding, because I think it's a lack of funding that we've got no training for our community members to work in a water treatment plant. There's only I don't know about this, but there might be only 2 people, or even just 1 person that is trained to work there. So I think we should have something like this in the community, right? Just like right in the community. And because all our communities have, we have our unique problems. And I think each community can bring their, what they're having problems with, and I think this is a good idea. It's like I said, it's an eye opener for me, and this is it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Okay, so the next person that we have here, it's a call-in phone number. I just asked you to unmute. So if you press *6 on your phone, you should be able to unmute and take the talking stick. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you successfully unmuted, so you should be able to start talking now.
And please just introduce yourself, your community, and your role.
Sorry, there must be a glitch there. Maybe we can try again later. Maybe we can come back to you later.
Okay.
So, okay, we're gonna go down to Carol. Carol, are you there? Are you able to come on and take the talking stick?
Hi, I'm here. Hello?
Yes, Carol, we hear
Okay,
you.
you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Carol. I'm from Penamutang First Nation. I'm really not very knowledgeable on the subject, so I learned a lot today. One thing I'd like to say is I think it's our responsibility to teach our children to be responsible. We have to give them the tools and the knowledge to step up and protect our waters, protect our lands, like, that we've been doing for centuries. And that's being lost because of all this, I don't know what you would call it, technology. They don't know anything about going on the land, protecting the water. So I just think that's something that should be taught to our children. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Carol.
Okay, the next one that we have here is Charlene. Charlene, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can take the talking stick.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, it's me? Okay.
Yes.
My name is Charlene Latander. I am a member of Penamutang First Nation. I don't live on the reserve right now, but I hope to one day move back home. That's why I was interested in joining this meeting. But the one thing that I found interesting was the topic number 5 with the standards and regulations. And I don't remember who that was talking, but it is true, like everything that he mentioned about the funding and the enforcement and the accountability and understanding. That's what we do lack. The main thing is that we don't have the education about anything like concerning water. Like there really should be, like what Betty said, they really should have meetings and that to teach people about what's happening with our water and that, because water is life, which is true. Without water, we wouldn't be alive. We need to really learn to understand what it really means. And I found that that topic number 5 was very interesting. That's about it.
Thanks a lot, Charlene.
Yeah.
Okay, Xian, you ready to take on the talking stick? Yeah, Xian, I have you unmuted, so you can go ahead.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm Cheyenne Anderson. I am from Fairford First Nation. I'm just a community member, and I was interested in joining this because I honestly have no idea how the water plant, like how that water treatment stuff works or anything like that. I grew up on reserve and then I moved away about 10 years ago, but from my experience, I think we just need to teach the youth, like we have job experience and there is some youth going into the water, like going to the water plant and learning some like during the year. But I think if they do that more often and like they offer incentives to get the high schoolers more involved and like you said, like the high school, girls and boys, they would be more interested if they had more funding and more incentives to get educated on how to run the plant and stuff like that. And that's it. Sorry.
Thank you, Cheyenne.
Okay, Christian, I have you unmuted. You can go ahead and take the talking stick.
Joska Benesina Nedish Nakas Makadudum. Name's Christian Swan. I'm from Lake Manitoba, also known as Daw Creek, Treaty 2 territory. I found topic 1 interesting, and I took it upon myself to join the group because I know the importance of water and the impacts that the government has done to our people, our nation. When we look at our culture and where we come from and how this land was brought to us, and the story of the turtle being Turtle Island, and as a protector of the water, that's where my role is, to help support the women, because without our women leading that forefront, there's no healing for our lands. And that's why we have the big problem with missing and murdered women. And then also we have to look at our two-spirited. So I hope to help some shape or form with the young people, to promoting them as the next 7 generations in terms of how to move forward and to have a responsible leadership that will take care of their people. Miigwech.
Thank you, Christian.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, I have you unmuted. You can go, or you can unmute yourself and take the talking stick.
Hey, I just like to acknowledge Luke and Tucson and AFN for this session. I think the importance of it, I think for myself, it's all areas that I'm looking at trying to have a better understanding and moving forward. I mentioned our plant is fairly new. So a lot of it roles and responsibilities moving forward, and trying to make sure that our youth get involved. As I mentioned, Aaron Pronto is level 1. He's fairly new, but he was there during the construction of the new water treatment plant. We also have Sunny Travers as our wastewater, but a lot of times I think we need to identify the roles and responsibilities internally, not just with the funding. We gotta understand the importance of safe drinking water. I think this is interesting, and moving forward, we're having more discussion tomorrow. And also, I just want to add that the First Nations Act, I was not familiar with this act, so it's something that I need to familiar myself with, and also update myself, and also probably forward that information to our operators. I mentioned educating ourselves internally. A lot of times when we do get expertise, the funder usually has no problem paying the expertise, but I think a lot of times we need to help ourselves. So I'll leave it at that. And interesting sessions. I like the presenters. It's very interesting. Chimiigwech.
Thanks a lot. Evan?
Sorry about that. Ed, can you go ahead and take the talking stick?
Oh, okay. My name is Ed Soldier. I'm with Swan Lake First Nation. I'm a Public Works Manager, and I look after the water truck delivery and water plant operators. And, so far, it's been pretty interesting for me. Like to pass things along to the guys, whatever I can pick up here today, which is going good so far. That's it.
Thank
Good?
you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We'll go on to Laura here. Go ahead and take the talking stick.
Hello, I take your talking stick and I hold it in my left hand. This was more or less an information session for me. There's a lot of information there that I didn't know about or was unaware about. I'm from Name First Nation. I currently live off reserve. So yeah, I just wanted to take the time to thank you guys for having me. And there was a lot of valuable stuff that oh, I'm sorry, I'm with the baby right now. But yes, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Elora.
Okay, Ernie Daniels, take the talking stick.
Hi there, Lone Plain First Nation. You hear me?
Yes, we do.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, we do have a water system in Lone Plain. Many years ago, we put up our own water and sewer system, have our water treatment plant. And my concern is the river where we get our source from, St. Wayne River. It's a lot of our farmers and Hutterites or whoever farms all the way from Saskatchewan dump their water, pesticides and whatever on that river. Somehow it ends up in the Interlake in Lake Manitoba, Lake Winnipeg. And so far, it affects us here in Manitoba, my reserve in Lone Plain. So I'm worried about that. I'm concerned about that in terms of quality of that water. We have lots of water, but the question is the quality of that water. There's too much pesticides, too much, fertilizer being dumped on that river. And somehow it ends up in Lake Winnipeg. Now we have that problem in Lake Winnipeg where the lake is dying because of algae. So we need to work on that for many years to come. That includes our youth to be involved. So that's what I got to say for now. Miigwech, thank you.
Thank you, Elder Daniels.
Okay, Melissa Hotain, I have you unmuted. You can go ahead and take the talking stick.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I had originally signed up on this as a participant. I'm Melissa Hotain. I'm the Director of Intergovernmental Affairs for the Sioux Valley Dakota Nation. Also have experience working on being part of the water engagements back in 2019. So I had some familiarity with that, and I ended up being your facilitator for today as well. I feel all the issues are important. If I were to choose one, definitely the top would be rights and responsibilities, just because it's important that we affirm and assert that those were never given up. And secondly, that in order for all of this to work, there has to be proper investments based on actual costs, true costs, as was discussed in the financing options piece, and that we look at new ways and new models and structures that will ensure safe drinking water for the future, as well as for wastewater development infrastructure, because the current way things are working is not working. And I think we all know that. And I feel like there's an opportunity through this process, through the legislation, through the long-term water strategy to do things better. And I just wanted to share that. So look forward to tomorrow.
Okay, Wayne, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and take a talking stick.
Wayne Marcinician, Fox Lake Cree Nation. I'm the band's civil engineer. What I found really interesting with the rights and responsibilities, because I see the rights and responsibility as a duty every human being in our province. And with this legislation that is being developed is a step in the right direction to actually fulfill our obligations as being water stewards of the land. I remember when I was little, taking a canoe trip in the lakes, we were able to drink the water right from the water without hesitation. nowadays, some people might think twice about doing such a thing. That's all I got to say.
Okay, Luke, you're muted right now. If you want, you can mute yourself. Okay, I'm going to keep going here. Michaela, you can unmute yourself and take the talking stick. Michaela, are you there? Okay, we'll keep going here. Robert, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and take the talking stick.
Yeah, just very quickly, again, rights and responsibilities, I think, is first and foremost from my thinking. As again, Melissa had shared, we never abrogated our inherent rights. This is something we've always seen as part of our responsibilities to not only look after the water, but to look after the land, the animals, all the relations, so to speak. And this legislation is a possible venue where we can hopefully put our mindset and our worldview into how we see things moving forward. And again, like others, I'm right on the shores of Lake Manitoba. As a youth, we had no question, you used to drink straight from that lake. Today, you'd have to be crazy to try and do that. I've flown over that lake in the summer times, more so after the Portage diversion was created. And when that diversion is opened, all you see is this black mushroom cloud dumping into the lake with God knows what is in there. I've also fished this lake most of my life. I'm seeing foreign species of fish that are not natural. 4 winters ago, a commercial fisherman from St. Laurent caught lake sturgeon in that lake. Sturgeon, like fresh, cold, fast-moving water. You can't say Lake Manitoba has any of those attributes. It's a very shallow basin. There's only one natural inlet, the White Mud River in the southwest corner. The rest of it is based on spring runoff, which is why we suffered so greatly when the 2011 flood happened, because the water had nowhere to go but on land. So yeah, we need to ensure that we try as best to our ability to have our say in what we think and should do with respect to the future of water, because again, as I stated earlier in my comments, we need to ensure the integrity of that water tomorrow is as it was yesterday.
Thank you.
Okay, Alex, I've unmuted you. You can go ahead and take the talking stick.
I'd have to agree with what Robert there said. Rights and responsibilities, that's it comes down to us, like with our rights and the responsibilities we can do as a person. But with this legislation that's coming about, we can get together and, share our responsibility and start looking to what we can do in the future. And also like the transboundary, like that flood and everything, and these aquatic invasive species that are coming into our water systems. And one concern is the zebra mussels, and I'm pretty sure some people have heard of that, the zebra mussels. And I'm really concerned about that because we're a surface water treatment plant. And if that could get into the membranes that are in my plant, it's going to cause some serious damage, and it's going to cost thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands to repair and to replace these membranes, because they're not cheap. And that's where funding, everything's important on this list, but there's definitely some key areas that I was thinking about throughout this whole session. And I'm just kind of, happy in a way that we're coming together and speaking about these things, because a lot of things need to be brought up and a lot of things need to be, we need to go forward with a lot of these ideas and these future plans, and we're trying to implement. But from my point of view as an operator, that's what I think is really good, is our rights and responsibilities and the transboundary. All right, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Alex.
Okay, Lana, I have unmuted you. You can go ahead and take the talking stick.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lana Rosette. I'm the executive assistant to the leadership here in Penimutang First Nation. So I just joined in just to get a sense of what this workshop is all about. Anyways, I was just listening to everyone's conversation, and I agree with Betty. What Betty had said. In involving the grassroots with the discussions in regards to any decisions that need to be made with respect to our water. And also there should be ongoing training, not only because based from my experience I've been working for my First Nation for 15 plus years already. So, and we've only had 2 individuals that were trained in as the what would you call it, the water treatment operators. So we've only had 2 individuals trained, but it should be actually, I would say, probably have like an open call when the training opportunity comes, post it, and have more than 2 people trained in that area so that we have like backup. So also we do need in Manitoba alone and Penimutang, we do need a better water treatment plant. The one that we have is not good enough for our nation, because what happens in our nation with the what our chief calls it is Mickey Mouse water treatment plant. It's just a temporary solution, and most times with our water, it runs when we open it usually opens from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on a daily basis, and usually our water runs out by noon, and so it takes a while for the water to replenish itself, I guess you could say. And we need better water treatment water treatment plants in our nation. So thank you.
Thank you, Lana.
Lynette, I have you unmuted. You can take a talking stick.
I'm Lynette Anderson. I'm from Penimutang First Nation. I am also a member. This is also just a really informative session that I joined. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Lynette.
Okay, Marilyn, I've asked you to unmute. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and take the talking stick.
Hello, I shall take the talking stick, and I would like to thank you for this information. A lot of this was something I was just learning about, and so it was nice to learn. Growing up, like my school used to do a lot of talking about how recycling is important and teaching how pollution affects the water, and I feel like more than ever we should teach the younger generation how to care for the environment. But that's all I have to say on the matter. Thank you again.
Thank you, Marlene.
Melanie, I have you unmuted. You can take a talking stick.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Melanie Harper, and I'm from Kinujawishtigan. I'm the health director there. The reason why I was interested in joining this today was because I get to see firsthand the issues that we have in our community regarding clean access to clean drinking water. We currently don't have a water treatment plant in our community. We have to drive an hour outside of the community to go get drinking water in jugs. So this poses a real big problem for our elders and for those that are on social assistance and don't have vehicles to go. So it's left up to the health center to hire a driver to go to town to go get water for these homes. When it's just real hard, and I wanted to join today to see what solutions we can come up with to get clean water in our communities. Just water that can come out of our taps that we can just drink and not have to boil and yeah, so I'm just glad that I could be a part of this session today, and thank you for having me, and it's been a really interesting day. Thanks.
Thank you, Melanie.
Okay, Merle, I've unmuted you. You can take the talking stick.
Hi there. Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yeah, I
Yes,
can
we
hear you.
do. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to thank you guys for having me here. I'd like to thank the hosts and the participants. Most of my questions that I had have already been asked and spoken of. And there's a lot of valuable information. I think we need more information, though. It should be more transparent amongst the community as well. And I'd like to thank you for my time.
Thank you, Merle.
Olga, I've unmuted you. You can go ahead and take the talking stick.
Hello.
Yes, Olga.
Hello.
Yes, we hear you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Olga Ross. I'm an elder from Kinozeostegon First Nation. And this is my very first time that I heard about this this program. I didn't know it existed. I was working in my community for a number of years, from 1979 to March of 2007. I was a community health representative in the health center. And I was responsible for checking the water. I used to take water samples in my community from every home, and I would send them to CADM Provincial Lab here in Winnipeg, and I'd wait 1 week, 2 weeks for the results to come back. And many times, the majority of the homes would have contaminated water. I then would call upon the health inspector from medical services to go down and help me to treat this water. I used to take the lake water samples and also the river water. Like my community is right by Lake Winnipeg on the west shore. And by that time, a few years ago, 20 years ago, the water was already polluted. And we drank from the lake, from the river at that time, many years ago, about 20 or so years ago, we used to drink that water and it was good. Then later on, as the years went by, and when I was used to check it, it became so contaminated that we could no longer drink it. And that's and I used to send it, like I said, to CADM Provincial Labs. That was my job as a community health rep. I did check the waters, and so anyways, it was so polluted already in my day when I used to work there. We couldn't drink the well waters. That's what we had. That's what they built for us, were the well waters when the new houses came. And even then the well water was polluted. We couldn't drink that water. And many, many times I would treat the water to no avail. It never, my house, I know my house was never, the water was never, it was never good, even though how many treatments I did, and it never was good again. So after that, that's when the water, when we had to go for water in the next, to our town, to the next town where we live, about an hour's drive. And that's how it is in my community. We have to drive, the people have to drive, or the health center have to go for water especially for the elders and for the infants. And that's how it is. That's how it's always been. And I'm so oh, and the time that I used to check the water and the water couldn't come clean after many times of treating it with chlorine. I was taught how to treat it by the health officials from medical services, and it never came clean. So, and at that time I used to wonder, who would I call? Well, where would I get this for our water to come clean? Where would we get clean water from? And I had many questions, and it came to the point in March of 2007, I finally left my job after many years of working there. I believe it was 27 years I worked at my job to try and improve the health of my community. It was a struggle. It's still a struggle today. And anyways, I'm listening to this program today about water, about the water. I'm so surprised. I'm so, I guess, shocked to hear that there is something happening, and I'm glad to hear what I've heard today. I'm glad I came and be a part of this program today. I've been listening all day. It's very interesting, and I know there's lots of us that worked in my field, lots of workers, and I'm sure they felt this frustrations that I felt when I was a worker. But I'm very thankful that I came today, that what I heard, that it's improving somewhat. It still needs a lot of improvement. Like I'm hearing our youth need to be trained in this field of water, because we can no longer drink the water. What was set before us at one time, what was given to us free of charge, it's no longer that way. It is so polluted. It is so sad, I'll say, that we came to this. But I'm glad that I took part, and I thank you for listening to me. And I thank those people that put this program together. I'd like to continue to hear what's going to become of this. Miigwech. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
listening.
Thank you, Elder Russ.
Thank
Patty,
you.
I've unmuted you. You can take the talking stick.
Hi, my name is Patty Sinclair. I'm from Penimutang. I am the climate change coordinator for my area. I just like to say that this meeting has been very informative. And I share the ideas or concerns also about the drinking water not being safe, and also the need for recycling as a way to care for not only the water but the environment. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Patty.
Okay, Richard, asked you to unmute. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and take the talking stick.
Hi. Yeah, sorry, I've been off and on throughout the session. My internet is not that good here. But anyways, yeah, this is a very informative session for me as well. And nice to hear all the comments from everybody. And nice to see all my membership. There's quite a bit of my membership on the session as well. From young people to a couple of elders we have there even. And we heard all the stuff about water problems we're having in our First Nations. Some First Nations are ahead of others, but we should all be on par, across the country. The federal government has failed us once again. The Trudeau government promised to have a safe drinking water, and no boil water advisories ending by March 31st of this year, which we see it's evident that it's not going to happen. So we're still where we are, struggling along, trying to have clean water for our community members and stuff like that, and along with all the water problems that we face in the country that's flowing through our communities. It's not very clean anymore, like we heard from everybody else. My grandmother, she passed away in 2007, and she was 92 years old when she passed away. And she remembers, up until about the 40s, 50s, where she was still able to drink from the river here. And that's not happening now, and not going to happen anytime soon again. That's those days are long gone, And due to the way the society is nowadays, with all the pollution going on, with different activities that's going on in the world, it's the water all around the world is affected, or even the rainwater. So I'm sure we can talk about these things and stuff like that, but the reality is we'll never get back to where we once were. I think it's just going to get worse. I think this world is not going to last too long the way it's going. And those are the things that are a reality to us. So at least the government can at least give us good facilities to clean our water before we could drink it, because even here, as you heard from one of our members, all we have is a very poor quality water treatment center that's very insufficient to serve our people, our community members here. It's not sufficient at all, and we've been advocating the government for years to try to get something permanent here, but still hasn't happened. So we've got a long ways to go yet. But with this session, it's a good start, I think, to at least bring the issues to light and where we can go from here. And so, those are my thoughts, and I look forward again to tomorrow, attending tomorrow's session again. And thank you everybody for attending, and thank you for having me too as well, for inviting me also to this session. Miigwech.
Thank you, Richard.
Okay, Roland, I've unmuted you. You can go ahead and take the talking stick. Yeah, Roland, you can go ahead. Okay, we'll skip by Roland for now and go to Toso. Toso, I got you unmuted. You can take the talking stick.
Yeah, thanks, Evan. So my name is Tosin Nokursobo, and I work with the Interlake Reserves Tribal Council on several environmental projects, and the waterfowl is one of the projects that I work on, and it's been an eye opener since the time I've been in this capacity, and yeah, and I've been learning along the process, and I hope to learn more. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you, Toso.
Sita, you can unmute yourself and take a talking stick. Sita, go ahead when you're ready.
I think Sita just took a quick break.
Okay, no problem. And then S. Miles, you can unmute yourself and take a talking stick. Okay, I'm going to skip down to Tara Bird. Tara Bird, you can unmute yourself and take the talking stick.
Hello.
Hello, Tara.
Hello.
Yeah, we hear you.
Hi. I'm from Interlake Reserves Tribal Council. I work for the climate change in Peguis, Manitoba. It's very informative, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Tara.
You're welcome.
Okay, that's everybody I was able to access on the list, but there was a few that we skipped over and weren't able to connect with. If you haven't had a chance yet to participate in the roundtable, you can either raise your hand by using the reaction button down at the bottom of Zoom, or you can unmute yourself, which will bump you up to the top, and you can take the talking stick. So is there anybody else who hasn't participated in the roundtable who would like to? Okay, so we
Hello?
have,
Oh.
yeah, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Aaron Pronto from Los Saskatchewan First Nation. I just wanted to say thanks for having me. I'm a fairly new operator, so a lot of this info is new to me. I'm just happy to be a part of it and happy to be listening. And yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Aaron. Is there anybody else? It's your chance, you're part of the circle.
Yeah, Irving, go ahead and take the talking stick.
Hey, Rich. I don't think I'm the last here, but I want to say that I'm always thankful, grateful to listen to everyone as they share information freely, and happy to learn everything, something new every time, but also saddened to hear that a lot of the conditions are the same across the country, and that there's a lot of way forward that needs to happen. To as Elder mentioned about how things used to be. I also grew up on Wikwemkong, on Ceded Indian Reserve. I was born there in 1947. And I want to date myself, I don't have a problem with that. I grew up there, and we used to have a river come across our backyard. That's where we got our water. We had a well, but when it rained, when there's lots of water, we preferred to get it from the river, and can't do that today for sure. But I'm glad to hear that a lot of the participants had heard of this and learned from it. They're happy to have shared with it. Lots of work to be done ahead of us. Again, thanks for sharing your knowledge, your experiences. We have a long way to go, as we mentioned. Could be in summer of 2022, we might have a legislation before the Parliament. And as we saw, that there's been some very important legislations within the last year, the languages legislation and the child family services legislation, and another one, health legislation, might be coming up. So there's several things in the works that we, as AFN, we reach out to you for your support, because you are the experts. You are the ones who live the experience, and very happy that you would share that. Chimigach to everybody. We've not more young one than Nakiang. Thank you for everybody to help us look forward to protecting water and making sure that everybody's safe. I want to thank IRTC, Toko, Rosso, and Ciara, I think, part of it, for arranging everything, planning this whole thing, and we're quite happy with the turnout we had, quite high. Appreciate it. So, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Irving. Evan, do we have somebody else?
Yeah, Sita, did you want to unmute yourself and participate in the roundtable?
Hi, I just want to say thanks for everybody for participating, and to the facilitators for getting people to share. And I know that there was a lot of conversation today, and a lot of good discussion. And thanks to Tosin for doing such a good job in organizing this.
Yeah, thank you.
It says mute. That's no, it's just gonna say hi. Isn't it go again? Hello?
Yes, we hear you. We are hearing you.
Okay. My name is Esther Bruce. I'm from Penamutang. And the topics that were talked about, I really enjoyed the last one there, standards and regulations. And I'm glad that I was able to listen in. And I keep going off on my phone, so I had to come running to my sister Betty's to come and listen to the sessions, and hopefully I can come again tomorrow and get on, trying to get on Zoom, trying to know how to do with Zoom. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Wait.
Evan, is there somebody else?
As far as I know, there isn't anyone else.
No? Okay. So thank you. Irving, I don't know if you want to say a few words as a closing remarks. If not, I know you probably cover already your subject, but this is your chance if you want to say a few words as closing remarks.
Never pass up a chance to speak, Luke. Again, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody for participating. Have a good cross section from Manitoba, and heard about your issues from everything from flood control to invasive species and operator issues. So these are very helpful to help us frame our approach to safe drinking water for First Nations. And we're not done here. These are our preliminary discussions, and maybe hopefully in maybe a year from now, or even next summer, not this coming summer, but towards 2022, we'll be able to see you face to face again, and that this pandemic will be behind us. But it's a new normal. I guess we will be wearing masks more often from now on. I know that we see a lot of people in normal times. When I get on the plane, there's people that wear masks even before the pandemic. So it might be the new normal, protecting ourselves where we go with this. I want to say, Chimigwech to Jemnilov, we called Migik, asked the Creator to look after you and your families. I know you're going through some issues with the virus now, and again, I say I'll say a prayer for you, obviously, for sure, tonight, and others, to protect everybody. Miigwech. Well, see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Irving. And as a facilitator, I would like to say special thanks to some people. I hope I will not forget anybody. First, I would like to say thank you to Melissa, the note taker, and also we have Melissa as a co-facilitators as well for the breakout sessions, and all the Aspen technicians, and to Lorraine Bova, who made very good presentations, 5 different presentations, and all the AFN employees who have been working hard, to make it possible, and also the video presenters, And the most important, I would like to say thank you to all of you. You made it possible. And I know, as Irving said, you don't have an easy job, but we know that you can make a difference and we support you. And on this note, I would like to invite again the elders and knowledge keepers, Daniels, to recite the closing prayer, please. Elder?
Thank you very much. You hear me?
Yes,
Can
we
you hear
do.
me?
Yes, we do.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay. Okay. I'd like to reserve my my comments prior to the opening prayer tomorrow morning. I heard a lot of interesting stuff today, and I'd like to summarize what I heard today in my opening statement tomorrow morning prior to my opening prayer. I mean, whether you're a Christian or a traditional person amongst our Anishinaabe people, me question the kid for participating here today. I mean, question the kid Anishinaabe go bina seman ovum. Me can one on got the wedding magazine. Pagoseni ma, tinakama, pagoseni ma. Gani bishkin the cause my condo with them. Oh, Nashke man would say. Ah, no, we not say ma. Where, cause you to what no man Anishinaabe, Nibi. Quick, Chimino said. Well, she's always it man Anishinaabe. Quick, Chimino yacht. Quick, Chinimo said. No much of them what Anishinaabe. And he was just say, well, we knock on the yard. Wabang. No busy dog in Anishinaabe. Ah, he goes, this guy must say, my ducky nang again. You see him on doing cause again. Knock him on. Nagiza ma. I was saying to ma. We were doctor on some again, ma. Jimmy Anishinaabe. I struck on again, the angels. Should we need what? No. We were doctor on some ma. Jimmy Anishinaabe. Me good. Thank you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
See you, Elder. Have a nice evening, everybody.